Welcome, fellow believers, to Paranormal M, your destination for all things mysterious. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us as we investigate the inexplicable. Prepare to be enlightened and entertained. Who or what did we see on the trail? Changeling. This encounter's really creeped me out, but especially since yesterday when it developed with my husband's account of a similar experience. I used to be very sensitive as a child, but I lost much of it as I got older. My husband and I have been spending a lot of time in a suburb of the city where my grandparents live. My grandfather is quite elderly and having some mobility issues. One of the perks the location is that we have access to a trail near the house where my husband and I love to run. There is one section of the trail in which I always hate passing through, and it always feels unsettling. It was not until recently that weird things started happening. 1. Several weeks ago we were running. It was starting to get very dark. We were talking and walking. That's when we got to this section and it felt like something icy grabbed my right calf and I felt goosebumps jolt up the right side of my body. 2. Yesterday we were running and I saw a large black shaggy looking animal passing on the trail up ahead in front of us. The closest I could say was that it looked like a large black dog. I felt extremely nervous, like we were in danger. I started urgently saying to my husband, Look, do you see that?" His response was that it was just a cat. When we got to the location on the trail where we saw it go into the trees, we couldn't find anything. Later that night, he explained his reaction. I was not expecting to hear this. Once when he was running alone, he spotted a large black animal on the path in front of him. It appeared to be a large black panther. He was pretty scared, ran back the other way a bit, and then turned around to come back. He's not from this country, so sometimes unfamiliar with native animals. But he knew black panthers don't live here. And when he got to the section on the trail, he found a small black cat, completely different from what he had seen before. Also, he said it was a short-haired breed, and not shaggy as I had seen yesterday. It was in the same section of the trail that I hate, and he felt creeped out as well. I don't have a really good explanation of what this could be right now, but I would like to learn more. Once a few months ago, a bit further up the trail, I met a woman who initiated the conversation, and I felt the same unsafe feeling, but unsure if they could be connected. Blue glowing balls in backyard. I'm wondering if anybody's ever experienced this. When I was about 7 years old living in Connecticut, I was awoken in the middle of the night by my older sister. She said she saw these 2 glowing blue balls, about 3 feet tall. They were hovering in our backyard. They terrified me. I ran down the hall to my parents' room. My dad saw them as well, went to take his camcorder. Mind you, this was about 1992, so it took him about 10 minutes to get it out of its case and attach the batteries. The balls were still there, and had moved in from in front of mine and my sister's bedroom window to the front of my parents' bedroom window. My dad hit record, and as he did, they zoomed off into the woods incredibly fast. He got nothing on film, so it took a few seconds to start recording. A few years later, my 2 youngest sisters were sharing the same room and had a very similar experience. I was in the room next door to them. They woke me up. We shut all the blinds and hid in the closet, and the light got really bright, as if they were looking into the window. Then the light went away and we never saw them again. Well, I tell people this story, they usually mention lightning balls, but these were almost sentient. They seemed to know where we were in the house, and both times lasted for about 20 or 30 minutes. This was at night, and once during the winter, the original event, and once during the summer with my younger sisters. We still talk about it to this day, and my dad is still baffled, and he's the type of guy who knows a little bit about everything. Like him. I believe my dead relatives visit me in my dreams for prophetic reasons. I firmly believe that my dead relatives visit me in my dreams. I've had 3 separate occasions where I've had a dead relative tell me something in a dream and later found out that it was in fact true. First was when my great-uncle died. I was very close with him growing up, and since him and my great-aunt couldn't have children, I had a dream the night after he died. He told me the next person to die would be my grandmother, and that I needed to prepare myself for it, although it wouldn't be for a few years. He explained that it would be a mental disease that everybody would misdiagnose for years. This was weird in and of itself, and there were many other relatives who were sickly, but my grandma was healthy and strong. Sure enough, she was the next one to die. 5 years later, though. It was of Lewy body that was being misdiagnosed as Parkinson's. A few months later, my great-uncle came to me in a dream. I remember being in a completely other dream before he came to me. It was almost like a cut scene in a movie. I went from my previous dream directly to being in a white room with him yelling at me to wake up and call my mother. Ask her to check on his wife, my great-aunt. He was yelling really loudly, getting me that he needed me to wake up and I was the only person who would listen to their dreams. The crazy thing was that I was living in Hawaii at the time, and my family was in New York. I had no idea, but my mom was staying in a hotel down the road from my great-aunt that night. When I called her and found that out, I was completely taken aback. She rushed over to my great-aunt's place and found her passed out in the bathroom. She had fallen. This was the middle of winter in New York, and she had stayed in the cold bathroom for much longer. She probably wouldn't have survived. She lived for another 10 years and finally passed away at 100 years old from natural causes. Golf claps. Finally, my grandmother came to me when I was pregnant. I didn't find out if I was having a boy or a girl, but my grandmother told me it was a girl and showed me a photo album of her life. I'm so excited for who my daughter will become. It's amazing. I figured this was just a pregnancy dream and didn't think much about it, until I gave birth to the exact little girl I saw in my dream. I named her after my grandmother because of how powerful that dream was. In my dream, my grandmother made Jell-O, and I sat at her kitchen table and she told me about how my daughter will be so much like me that it'll shock me and everybody who knows me. Sure enough, my now 4-year-old is so much like me in personality, down to the picky palate I had at that age. My mother's surprised at the similarities. My husband is amazed that I can predict certain things my daughter will do or act like. The thing that sucks about all these is the only way to prove them is by my word. Anybody else have really weird prophetic dreams from people they love? Do you think that they're your guardian angels, or connection you have? I'd love to hear other people's dreams. Me too. That might be another channel at some point. (2004) Northwest Connecticut. Dear or. So I'll never forget this day as long as I live. It was around December 2004, maybe early 2005. It was near Burlington, Connecticut. My friend and I were driving around, ghost hunting, in air quotes. otherwise known as checking out cemeteries, and the Green Lady Cemetery. This was at night because we were edgy goth kids. Plus, it was a full moon, so why the fuck not? Anyway, we got turned around on some of those back roads and ended up in this weird woody area. It was winter. There was a little bit of snow on the ground, but not much, maybe a couple of inches or so. We're driving down this really crappy paved road with lots of potholes and our old-ass Honda going relatively slow. All of a sudden, a deer crosses the road in front of us. My friend who was driving brakes. We were only going about 25 or 30 miles an hour. The deer, no joke, stared past our headlights and right at us. And this deer was huge. I don't know how the heck you measure a deer, but I know horses, and they would say he was about 15 hands at his withers. His antlers were pretty average, nothing too pointy or dramatic, but he almost glowed in our headlights. It might have been the moon at that point, but it was seriously creepy. He stared at us for a solid minute before my friend turned off the headlights. The deer walked straight at the car, which caused us both to panic, turn the headlights on, and actually drive around the deer, which was still coming at the car. We drive away, not going much faster than 25 or 30. Potholes and suspension on the car be damned. I happened to look out the window, and no shit, the deer's fucking pacing us in the woods alongside us. It kept turning its head and looking at us. We must have been going at least 40 or 50 miles an hour. We panicked, but because the road conditions can't get much faster without crashing or really fucking up the car. Finally, 2 miles or so down the road, we come up on a brightly lit patch. It had a school and a decent enough intersection that required a stoplight. I see the deer peel off behind her car and run back down the middle of the road. I just learned a new word. Withers. Three knocks. My grandmother would always tell me about knocking she would hear either a few days before or moments before somebody close to her would pass away. It would usually be around 3 knocks. Not in any particular place. She said she would sometimes hear it at the door, behind the wall, or coming from outside. My grandmother had always kind of had this weird gift to see and experience things that I guess were paranormal, for lack of better words. She would always tell me her experiences, and me being not the bravest person on earth would get so scared I wouldn't be able to sleep for, days on end. I always thought the knocks were interesting whenever she told me about it, because not long after it usually happened. Somebody would sometimes die, or she would complain for days that she wasn't sleeping, and then the knocks would happen, as well as among other weird things. I was very open to the idea of these knocks, due to the fact that evidently people sometimes passed away. Last year, the 3 knocks happened to me. It was a Friday morning, and that entire week my grandmother's sister, Sari, was fighting COVID in the hospital. Sari was the second closest thing to a grandmother for me, so I had a great love for her. I wouldn't say we were close, but that was like as grandmotherly love that I could get, and she always given it to me. When I woke up, I was still between that state of being very sleepy, but also fully aware of my surroundings as I wasn't asleep. I know I had my back to the door of my room when I heard 3 faint but audible knocks on my door. I opened my mouth and I say, "Yes?" Then it hit me like a train that I heard absolutely no one walk around the door or open any of the doors that we had in the hallway. And trust me, I have the loudest family, so I should have heard somebody or something. My body froze and a chill went right down my back. For a good minute, I was too terrified to move. Laid in bed for a while to listen if anybody would maybe walk away or open the door to confirm it was indeed one of my family members. But no, nothing but silence after that. I even thought my brother was trying to scare me. I'm starting to see them again, and I'm getting really scared. To quickly preface my recent experiences, I believe it's important to know a few things. I'm a 27-year-old female. I've lived in my house going on 13 years. The house belongs to my maternal grandparents. My family moved in originally to help take care of my ill grandmother. She passed away 3 years ago, but we continue to stay and help take care of my grandfather now. My grandfather is the second person to have ever owned this house. The couple previously bought it when it was built in the 70s and only stayed for a few years before moving away. The point of all of this being that my house does not have an extensive history, since my family's more or less been the only people to ever have lived here. I've never liked living here. We moved in the end of my sophomore year of high school, and since day one I've always been uncomfortable. My home is a breeding ground for negativity. To avoid airing out the details of my family's personal issues, I'll just say that tension is always high in my house. People are constantly fighting and mental illness runs rampant in my bloodline. The air is just thick with aggression and suffocating amounts of stress all the time. It's no surprise to me that paranormal stuff happens. It started out with small things, like hearing somebody call my name when no one had, finding lights turned on when they were off, seeing things in the corner of my eye, items going missing and then appearing again suddenly, or feeling a cold chill on my back, like someone's behind me but nobody's there. Truthfully, I didn't pay too much mind to that stuff. I found it odd but not creepy enough to keep me up at night. Then 2013 happened. I started having insomnia all of a sudden. I've had bouts of insomnia before, but this was different. It was as if my body wouldn't let me sleep, like it was waiting for something. It started to be that late in the night, and I would smell something burning. Not like the campfire smell or the aroma of cooking, but like something was actively on fire. The first time I smelled it, I jumped up immediately and ran throughout my house to check and make sure nothing was burning down or, It's a small single-floor home with no basement, only a crawl space and an attic. So I ran through it quickly, checking every single room. I touched the walls and I touched the ceiling to feel for heat and nothing. There was nothing. I looked outside to check neighboring houses and our shed, all the while the intense smell of fire lingering in the air. But still, I saw nothing. The smell was so strong, I felt like I was choking on it. Until suddenly, after a few minutes, it was gone. This continued to happen for weeks straight. Every night the smell would come to me, and every night I would begin my routine of checking my house. I got so paranoid that something was actually going to be on fire that I wouldn't allow myself to just ignore it. I began doing nightly walks around the outside of my house to check every possible place for a fire, but never found a thing. About 2 weeks into my nightly walkthroughs, I began noticing these small sparks of light on the ceiling that would follow me through the rooms. The light was like a dying sparkler, small bursts of brightness that would travel above my head as I walked. The light didn't appear every night, and only manifested when I would smell the fire. The light also would never follow me into my room. And during this time, the frequency of whispers I would hear during the day and things going missing increased. I began hearing soft sighs and whimpers outside of my window at random times of the day. Not identifiable as an animal or person, but once again I would check with no discoveries. These activities, though weighing heavily on my mental well-being, they grew mundane and somewhat predictable. Things, however, grew worse in time, and I began seeing the people. The first was the little girl in my kitchen. One night, as I headed to grab myself a snack, and as I turned the corner to step into my dark kitchen, the clear figure of a girl stepped directly in front of me in the doorway. Although there were no recognizable features, I knew she was a child with long hair and wearing a dress from her silhouette. I'm only 4'10", and she was at least a full foot shorter than me. She approached me so closely and so suddenly, I gasped. I instantly reached for the light switch to my right, not breaking my eye contact with her dark shape. I watched her vanish right before me when I flickered the light on. Another was the man that stood in the corner of my room. I only started noticing him after the little girl, and for many nights I kept him in the corner of my eye, never daring to look directly at him. He wasn't there every night, and he wasn't there all the time. He wasn't there until he was. And he was there until he wasn't. There was no continuity in his appearances. He was only ever there when I was laying in bed, and almost always only in the far right corner of my room. Eventually I got the courage to look directly at him, and once again, no distinguishable features other than a masculine build, roughly 5'10" if I had to guess. And he wore a hat. When I'm laying down, my feet are in line with the door to my room directly in front of me, but his body was always angled perpendicular, facing the door rather than to me. Although his presence made me nervous, he never moved. Truthfully, the only one who terrified me was the man at the end of the bed. He frequented more than a little girl, but less than the man in the corner. I always felt him before I saw him. Looking at him made me dizzy, so I tried my best to keep my eyes closed until I felt he was gone. He was tall, slender, and the most distorted out of all of them. He always stayed at the foot of my bed, but it varied if he was directly in front of me or not. Occasionally he would lean over, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot, but he was always staring at me. I don't like to think of him. It makes my stomach sink and my chest heavy. For months, in the year of 2013, my nights consisted of variations of all these events. A few times, all three would appear to me on the same night, and only once did the two men appear at the same time. But just as quickly as everything had begun, it had stopped. I didn't see them anymore. I didn't smell the fire or see the lights on my ceiling. I always have, and probably always will, hear these whispers. It's 2020 now. My life's changed so much since then. I put myself through many years of college, established my career, got a great job, and I've been saving for my future. But something has changed over the last 2 months. Due to the pandemic, I've been laid off, and I've spent the last month and a half almost entirely at home. About 3 weeks ago, I saw a little girl again, but this time, she was in the reflection of the mirror at the end of my hallway. The mirror is floor-to-ceiling in length. Though it was during the day, the hallway was dark. She was standing behind me in the reflection, but when I turned around, she wasn't there. Twice last week, a cool shiver running down the length of my spine woke me instantly from my sleep. Occasionally I'll feel this presence at the nape of my neck when I walk through my house. And just 3 nights ago I saw him again. When I sensed him at first, I thought I was going to pass out. My stomach turned and my vision blurred. But I finally allowed myself to look. There he was. Only this time, not at the end of my bed where I thought he would be, but on the side of me, much closer. I wanted to cry so badly, but was so frightened. I could only hold my breath for what seemed like an eternity. That's pretty long. And when I had felt that he is gone, I rushed to turn my lights on. I'm filled with nothing but dread and anxiety. Every night since then, I sleep with my lights on, and even though I'm doing everything in my power not to see them again, I can't help but notice when they're around. I don't know why they came to me last time, and I don't know why they're coming to me now. But most importantly, I don't know how to make it stop. You're the wrong one. I've always been sensitive, according to others, but I'm definitely more of a skeptic. My mom told me when I was around 6 she found me crying and clutching my side for no reason. And just to later find out that my grandmother broke her hip at the same time, more than an hour away. Stuff like that. Still, I'm not sure what I believe in regards to this type of thing. Well, flash forward to 2008, and I'm with my parents and brother on vacation. We knew my great-grandmother had been in the hospital for some time, but unknown to me, she had taken a turn for the worse. My dad, knowing she was very thin and weak and overall sickly looking, just decided to let us finish our vacation without worrying us. That way we could preserve how we remembered her, or whatever. The night before we were to go home, I had a strange dream. Unlike dreams where it's almost like playing a point-of-view video where you're unaware of yourself dreaming, I automatically knew I was dreaming, or at least not truly awake. I was surrounded on all sides by clouds, with a long, tall gate. Looking back, it was very much what a child would consider a Christian ideal of heaven. Using the same dreamy logic you often do, I began to follow the fence until I came to a break in the posts. As I walked toward the hole in the gate, I saw a shadow of a man. As I got closer, I recognized my great-grandfather, Nana's husband. He had died when I was very young, yet I was sure that it was him, and photos of him confirmed this later. He was looking outwards and didn't notice me approach. When he finally did see me, he became very, very angry, started trying to shoo me away. As he did, I heard him saying, "No, you need to go, you're the wrong one." I ran away and shortly after woke with my heart beating furiously. I lay there too old to run my parents with a nightmare, but too freaked out to sleep. The next thing I remember, my mom came to the room and I just told her gently that my Nana had passed that morning. Or rather, told me that. For weeks I was silent about it. Finally told my mom about my dream. She and many other members of my family called it a blessing that I dreamt of my great-grandfather waiting for my Nana to come for him at last. But it always made me very uneasy. Has anyone else had this type of dream or experience, or more sensitivity to loved ones getting hurt or dying? Oh yeah. Blue Campsite Ghost. In the late 90s, I went to an overnight girls' summer camp for a couple of weeks every year. It's a beautiful chunk of forest in Maine. This campground is structured like this. There's 2 roads that go up either side of a hill. Along the roads are paths that lead to clusters of cabins with each house of up to 4 girls. Each cabin cluster had a set of 3 porta potties, since the flush toilets were too far to walk, at least at night. There's a stone house foundation next to a cluster of cabins that's furthest into the woods. From now on, I'll be referred to as DW. I think they're supposing that stone house foundation is going to be referred to as DW. Actually, I've got no idea. I've heard a few spooky stories from DW, but never experienced any specifically there myself. My stories from when I stayed in the cluster of cabins next to the furthest one, from now on referred to as BP. This is going to get confusing. BP is situated where all the cabins are ways into the woods, and porta potties are between the cabins and the road that continues to DW. In fact, the porta potties are just at the edge of the road that continues to DW. One evening, my group of campers had come home on a bus field trip. It was later than we usually went to bed, and it was very dark. The most important rule at camp is the buddy rule. You never go anywhere without at least one other camper. Counselors were the only ones allowed to travel without buddies. After getting ready for bed, my cabin went to the porta potties. We were still energized from the trip, and we were very giggly. I glanced up to make sure that we weren't straying. Saw a person on the road walking toward DW. They were seemingly illuminated by a blue lantern flashlight. From my vantage point, the person was no longer visible once they walked behind the potties. I looked back to my friends and said something like, "We're probably freaking out whoever's on the road if they can hear us." And immediately my friends asked, "What person?" I answered, "There's a counselor going over to the DW. They're behind the porta potties." They didn't see anybody, and as we approached the potties, neither did I. The road was pitch dark in both directions, and so was the surrounding woods. There wasn't even a dark silhouette like if there was a lantern that had died and they continued walking anyway sort of a thing. There was nowhere that they could have gone, and they just vanished. I don't remember what the person looked to be wearing. All I remember is the blue light and the short, straight, almost shoulder-length light hair. Looking straight ahead, it was like they were walking toward DW and the house foundation. The campground used to be the site of some farmland, probably 100 years ago. I know this because the campground is crisscrossed by low, crumbling stone walls, and the farmhouse foundation in the DW. I fell in it once, but that's another silly story. I later learned the legend surrounding the foundation. It was a home to a small farming family, either one child, a boy or a girl, depending on who tells the story. One day when the father was away for market, the house burned with the other family members inside. He came home far too late, and some say that the skeletons found inside were holding each other, a mother trying to protect her children. My theory is that if I did indeed see a ghost, it may have been the ghost of one of the family members, and an echo type of ghost, repeating actions taken in the past. Ask Reddit. For some reason, this really resonated with me, and really created a vivid image in my mind. Like if a cat passes before their owner, they go to a purgatory like this, where under the right circumstances the owner can have a special visit with the cat in their dreams. This purgatory, in quotes, is an infinitely large library, one that has unimaginably many rows, aisles, and nooks and crannies. It's always quiet, save for the low hum of an air conditioner, and there's no people to be found. Outside, it's always twilight evening hours, irrespective of the passage of time, although I'm picturing lighting being something between a normal evening hour light that's seen in Black Panther where he visits his ancestors on the African plains. It's always a cool 62 degrees outside, and inside the library it's always cozy and comfortable. The soft glow of older incandescent bulbs casts no shadows. The carpeting is soft, and there's always that warm, cozy, stale paper smell of old books. The cat has everything he could possibly desire. Plenty of space and toys to run and chase, and infinite perfect napping spots. There's always food and water for the cat to enjoy. Plenty of room to hunt, stalk, nap, and hide. Time moves slowly, and the cat wants for nothing. The cats are all restored to perfect health as in the prime of their life, and yet something is still missing. All cats end up here, but it's so infinitely vast that there's rarely a time when more than 2 or 3 are congregated in one spot. Unless the cats have cat friends and they spend their time with them. People often picture a big open field on a sunny day as where dogs go, and they cross over the Rainbow Bridge. This library is where the cats go. At the time their owner passes, they're granted access to the library and are once again reunited with their beloved kitties. Once more, they get to curl up in front of the fireplace together, and then, only then, the cat and their person feel truly complete again. I love my cat so much. That is a very optimistic idea. I enjoy the bit about the air conditioner existing. and books being relevant. You're an odd one. I like you. Something tried luring me into dark rooms. When I was a kid, my mom and I lived with my grandparents in a 3-story house. It had a basement, a ground floor, and a second floor. To give context, there is a living room directly in front of the stairs leading upstairs. This way you could see my mom's room on the left, important for later, and my grandparents' room on the right. My room was further down the second-story hall, but I spent a lot of time alone and with my uncle in the basement. From our context, the basement was a huge rectangle with one room directly to the left of the stairs, my uncle's room, and one room in the far back left corner, storage room, also important for later. With context out of the way, time for the actual story. This all happened when I was around 8 or 9. Can't remember exactly, it was around when Halo 3 came out. The first time it happened is honestly the worst. I was homesick from school. In reality, I just wanted to play Halo. But everybody in the house worked, so I was alone and my uncle was at school and the only Xbox in the house was in the basement. So naturally, when everybody left, got up, went to go play Halo. Down there for a few hours playing games happily. And all of a sudden, the storage room I mentioned earlier creaks open ever so slightly. Not completely, just enough to see a slit of darkness, and plain as day I hear my mom call me from what sounded like the furthest corner of the storage room saying that she needed help putting something away. My mom wasn't home at the time, and I knew this. I didn't turn anything off. I bolted upstairs and laid on the couch until my uncle got home from school. He asked why I left Xbox on, and he thought I was sick and laughed at me. I just laughed back and said, "My bad, it won't happen again." The only other time this happened was actually during a family dinner. We had cousins over and pretty much our entire family over for a holiday. My cousins and I were playing with Nerf guns in the living room. They got hungry and went to get more food, so I sat by myself in the living room. I was reloading my magazines with darts when something caught my eye upstairs. Same year as the last encounter, I'm still 8 or 9 in this scenario. It was my mom's room door. It had opened, and because it was like 8 p.m., it was dark upstairs. No one was up there, so no lights were on, but my mom had walked out from the darkness and kind of waved me over to her and a weird smile on her face, too. I yelled to her, "Why?" And she just kept waving me over. But I clearly saw my mom, so I didn't question her again and started walking over, but as I got to the start of the stairs, I looked to my right. I saw my mom talking with my aunt at the dinner table. Walked over and asked if she had been upstairs. She said no. Went back to the living room, looked up the stairs, and her doors were closed again. Nothing like that ever happened again, but it still gives me the chills when I think about it. Night Visitor. I don't really talk about this much. It's passed through my head a time or two, so here we go. This happened 40 years ago. I was 10 living with my mom. My brother had moved to California, so it was just Mom and yours truly. It was late one night on a weekend, probably Saturday night. Anyway, Mom had gone to bed, and I was in my room trying to get some sleep. Not much luck. My room was dark, but could still make out the objects in the room. Usually I keep my closet door closed. It's one of those sliding doors, but it was open this night. I'm laying down in bed kind of looking toward the closet door, and that's when I see it. At first I thought it was my hoodie, then it moved, floating out of the closet. I was terrified not knowing what I was seeing. It was coming closer and it felt hard to breathe, and being a kid, I pulled the blankets over my head hoping whatever it was would just go away. I waited for what seemed like forever, and I finally got the courage to look out from under the sheets. Dude, that was a bad idea. It was floating to me. It looked like a black cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, but I couldn't see in their feet or hands. It didn't have a face either. It came closer. Scared out of my mind, I closed my eyes, praying for it to go away. Opening my eyes, I see it right there by my bed, looking at me, sort of with no face. I stopped just breathing out of fear. Then it bent toward me, to my face, looking at me. Next thing I know is I hear a squealing sound. And yeah, it was your narrator screaming you-know-what off. You are the writer. I'm the narrator. You were screaming. This figure backs up toward the closet and vanishes. I'm screaming bloody murder for my mom. She comes and checks on me. I frantically tell her what happened, and she didn't believe me. I mean, who would, right? I don't sleep that night. The next day I get up and have breakfast and go hang out and play with my friends, forgetting about the previous night's occurrence. It gets late, and street lights come on, so I haul ass home. I have dinner with my mom, and a few hours later we get ready for bed. I say goodnight and I go to my room. Then suddenly it all comes roaring back. The unknown floaty thing. It makes me uneasy. I try to push it out of my mind, figuring to maybe watch some TV before bed. So I watch till I get sleepy and give up and go to sleep. While I'm laying there, I notice that the closet is open. Oh, crap! I try on, blow it off, and not thinking anything about it, that's when it happens. The visitor returns, floating over to me just like before. I'm so scared, but it's then that I do something unexpected. Off the floor by my bed, I pull out a toy machine gun. You know, the kind of pull the trigger and ready, tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. I draw down on this entity and open fire. It pauses in the middle of the room, still looking at me, and backs up and disappears, kind of like a fade-out type of situation. Whatever it was, it didn't come back as far as I know. I still don't know what it was or what it, really looked like. I didn't really get to know. I just wanted to share my story with you. So, there it is. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Ask Reddit. When I was about 13, we lived in a really old house that was on a farm. One time my parents were out really late. Me and my brother were the only ones home. I was sitting in the living room and my brother went to go get a drink of water or something. My kitchen was next to another sort of living room. Living room number 2, you could say. It had a sort of bar on the side with a big window cut into the wall. That way you could see into the kitchen from living room number 2. All these rooms are very small. So when my brother left living room number 1, I saw him stop dead in his tracks in living room number 2, facing the bar looking into the kitchen. He walked back in and I asked what happened. He said he saw a black figure with glowing red eyes. Me and my brother used to love ghost hunting and stuff like that, but I can tell when he's seriously scared. So a few weeks later, my brother had a friend over. He left the room to go grab his bag in living room number 1. He came running back into the room and said, "Dude, I saw a black shadow in the kitchen with red eyes." I immediately suspected my brother was trying to mess with me. So I looked at him and I said, "Shut up, stop." Laughed it off. But my brother's friend asked what I was talking about. My brother swore on our dead dog. That was something we didn't mess with. That he never told anyone except me. That house has a lot of creepy feelings to it, and negative energies. We had about 7 pets die in that house. Never looked back when we left. Ask Reddit. When I was 17, I had 3 sleep paralysis episodes over about a week. I have a really crappy memory, but I remember them more vividly than about anything from high school. I'm in my early 20s, so not too long ago. I had some weird sleep issues back then. It was pretty common for me to have awkward transitions into sleep. I'd get stuck in that half-asleep phase, leading to a lot of hypnagogic hallucinations. Mostly auditory. This is roughly what happens during sleep paralysis. You go straight to REM sleep before you're fully asleep instead of transitioning through normal sleep cycles. In REM sleep, your brain basically paralyzes your body so that you can dream without acting your dreams out. Without going into too much detail, here's the summary of the experiences. I'm falling asleep one night when suddenly I become aware of all of this in the fraction of a second. 1. I can't move. Not a muscle. I can feel my brain telling my body to move, but my body's not responding. This is terrifying by itself. 2. I can see the room I'm in despite sleeping on my stomach with the space buried in my pillow. There's no way I can explain this, as it was truly an out-of-body experience. But it's especially confusing because I'm simultaneously in my body trying to move. Now the room is exactly the same as it was a few minutes before and I closed my eyes. It's not different or weird like when you remember something to be once you wake up from a dream. Large bunk room with many of my friends asleep. We were in a cabin out in the woods, I think. The same exact placements of everything. I can even see my friends asleep. Same dimensions, lighting, etc. 3. There's a dark figure on the side of the room. It's not like a silhouette dark, it's absence of light dark. And I know for a fact that it's evil and that I'm in danger. Please hear me out, that I'm not saying just felt scared, like I knew I was in danger. How you might feel if you were crossing the road and suddenly turned and knew you were about to get hit by a truck scared. And then, it starts walking toward me. I lay there paralyzed, fighting for my life to move as it kind of comes closer and closer. Finally, it approaches my bed, reaches down, touches my back. I can feel the pressure on my back, but only for a moment as I finally break through the paralysis and I can move again. I turn over, jump back into my bed with my back to the corner of the room, expecting to see something right there. But it's completely gone. What's so frightening, though, is that I don't feel like I just woke up from a dream, or even that I even woke up. I'm still looking at the same unchanged room that I had been when I was paralyzed. Somehow, some way, I was finally overcome by sleep about half an hour later. The exact same experience happened 2 more times over the next 4 days, the only difference being that the figure only made it to the foot of my bed. The second time, barely got a few feet the first time. Now what's so frightening about this when you research it, it's that people have been experiencing this phenomenon for centuries, with so many people mentioning an evil being and the sensation of pressure on the chest and back when beings are touching them. Believe what you want, but I'm pretty decided at this point. This is a being, or these beings are demons. I'll admit that I'm a Christian, so my go-to explanation of paranormal evil is demons. But I'm not really sure what else to believe. I just can't buy into the explanation that it's all in my head, not after that experience, nor the countless similar experiences people have had for centuries. I believe we may be extra vulnerable when we're in that state. Whether it's our body or soul that's vulnerable, I don't know. But that's why we get attacked by something that's pure evil. Ever since the Insidious movies, or rather, ever seen the Insidious movies, yeah, they basically operate off the same assumption I'm making. Ask Reddit. Anyway, a few years back when I was just out of school, my grandmother got really sick. They transferred her to hospice and our family took shifts washing her. You know, spending time with her before the end and making sure that she always had someone there if she needed anything. My mother and I were spending the night and I just started acting weird. Like super hyper and antsy. My mom was reading my grandmother's book and she eventually fell asleep. Mom kept reading just to make sure. I'm listening to music, trying to calm myself down because everything feels electric, if that makes sense. I look over and there's this shadow man. He crawls down the wall and just sits at the base. I keep watching him, trying not to freak out because my mom and grandmother are right there and my mom doesn't seem to notice. So I point at it and tell her about the shadow man. My grandmother's asleep at this point. She asks me what's wrong with me. I just keep pointing and trying to describe this thing I'm seeing. She gets a little freaked and asks me if it's there for Grandma. I reply, "No, it's here for the man down the hall." I kept watching the shadow man until he left. Told my mom he was gone. Minutes later, a male resident down the hall died. I had no clue about any other residents at the hospice, and there were no nurses running around or anything like that would have tipped me off to this. Needless to say, both of us were super freaked out after that. Ask Reddit. That reminded me of when I was about 9 or 10-ish. I lived on an acreage in PEI. Shared a driveway with the neighbors that lived behind us. To the left of our house was a fenced-in little yard with a little field that we owned. We had built a shed on it. Then a farmer's field, then just swampland. Behind our house was the neighbors, and behind them was swamp and forest. To the right was thick brush, and in front of our house was the highway. Then a farmer's field, then more forest and swamp. There were a few farms nearby, but nothing within reasonable walking distance. My dad is an artist, and used to have a shop that he would sell his art from. He mostly painted seashells or old slate shingles. He had a pile of these shingles behind the shed. I also used to dig behind the shed, so I was familiar with the pile of slate. One day I was just fooling around outside, not really doing anything, but as the sun started to go down, I started to feel eerie. I couldn't place what was wrong. It was like somebody was watching me. Can't remember why, but I could just feel a presence behind the shed. I had the fight or flight feeling, but I was completely frozen, staring at this shed. I tried to look under it, but couldn't see anything from how far away I was. I was just about to give up and go inside, and I noticed something move in the grass. It was like a few feet away from me. Immediately, I assumed it was a toad, because we had so many and I loved catching them. Went to check out the road and immediately froze when I noticed it was a piece of slate. Something must be back there. I threw a piece of slate toward me. I grabbed a screwdriver to defend myself, ran for the house where I told my parents there was a robber, only thing that made sense in my head, but they didn't believe me. I knew it couldn't be the neighbors because 1, their son was in the military and not home at the time, and 2, they sometimes fostered children but they didn't have any at that time, and 3, they were older, kind of fat, and really friendly, so it would have been completely out of character for them. Ask Reddit. I was staying with my grandparents for a week or two over the summer break years ago during school years. It was a nice summer day outside, fairly warm, with no wind at all. My grandparents were going into town to pick up something for supper. Asked if I wanted to come, but I wanted to stay behind. Anyway, they were gone for a little bit. I was sitting in my grandfather's recliner in the living room, drawing or reading. Can't remember which one it was. As I sat there, I suddenly felt this cool, gentle breeze along my cheek and on my neck, and I suddenly smelled a really strong smell of perfume. It was so strong that it was as if somebody had dumped out a bottle of perfume on the coffee table in front of the chair or something. I jumped up and looked around for a source. Couldn't see anything, so worth noting that there was no perfume anywhere near where I was in the house. All the windows in the living room were shut. When I jumped up and looked for a source of the breeze and smell, I felt incredibly uneasy. Unexplainably so. I just didn't feel safe. So I got the hell outside, stayed on the front deck for several minutes until it calmed down. Went back inside, I opened all the living room windows and turned the TV on and just tried to get myself back to normal. Worth noting, I slept right above the kitchen in the guest bedroom, and I'd hear noises downstairs late at night sometimes. Sounded like footsteps and things being moved around in the kitchen. I remember telling my grandmother once, but she said that the house was just old and settling at night. I knew what she meant by that, but it's not what I'd like to hear at night. It literally sounded like there was somebody snooping around. Some nights I felt afraid to try to fall asleep because I felt like I was being watched, but I never saw anything in the room with me. To make this go from 10% creepy to at least 50% creepy, they lived right across the road from a very old and large cemetery at the time. Also, my mother used to say that when she was younger and still lived at home, it's the same house she grew up in, by the way, she would hear footsteps coming from downstairs. After they moved into the house of my grandfather's uncle when he passed away, I stayed with them for another summer or two before I grew out of it, quote-unquote. Never had any issues at all with the new house. Not ever. Ask Reddit. I didn't have much time to react, honestly. I was driving on the left-hand lane of a 4-lane road separated by a median. I was taking a slight curve and it was dusk, so by the time I noticed 2 lights where they really shouldn't have been, we were making contact. I probably had a half-second flash of cohesive thought before impact, but I do remember the impact pretty vividly. I closed my eyes, which must have heightened my senses a bit. It was the loudest sound I'd ever heard, and it felt like it lasted an eternity. There was a little moment where I opened my eyes and had no idea what to expect, so I kind of looked at my legs and my arms to see what was left of me. I could see that the car was all torn up, front was just gone. I remember wondering where it all went. Why wasn't it all pushed into the cabin into me? I tried to put the car into park so it would just, wouldn't keep rolling. I was still kind of laughed thinking about that. Then I had this overwhelming sense of dread. I thought I heard something spilling. I was afraid the fuel would maybe ignite and explode. Couldn't open the driver door at first, but I leaned into it with my shoulder and swung out. Took the seatbelt off, swung my legs out, and booked it. I saw across the street one of those neighborhood monument signs with shrubbery around it. Jogged across the median toward that. In retrospect, I didn't even look to see if traffic was oncoming in either direction. I don't remember looking back until I got to that sign. I didn't even see the other vehicle, but I felt like I needed to lie down on my back and try to control my breathing. Found out later that the other driver was confused and thought she was in the correct lane of a 2-lane road. She didn't see the median when she turned out from an office building. The damage to the back half of my vehicle came from her car ricocheting around. I was carrying a 100-pound guitar amp in the back that literally cracked in half. Ask Reddit. 2 short stories. 1. Walked into my sister's room at night when I was 5, turned on the light, suddenly everything around me just went completely white. It was like I was standing in a bright void with no house or furniture or anything. A black silhouette of a woman started walking toward me. It looked like a chubby older woman in a bathrobe with curly hair. I freaked the fuck out, turned the light switch back off almost immediately. Everything went back to normal. Ran, told my mother about it, but she just brought me back to the room and turned the light switch on and off a few times to show me that it was just my imagination. I still don't know what would have caused me to experience something like that. 2. Broad daylight, same house from the first story. Probably around noon or something. It was like 9. Our house was a bungalow that had a long hallway with 3 bedrooms. Mine near the start and my sister's in the middle. 1 door leading to the basement and then a bathroom at the end in my parents' bedroom. I went to take a piss, and when it came out, I saw this giant glowing purple thing slowly moving out of my room. It was very tall and had glowing red eyes. Its body looked sort of slimy, but it was humanoid-shaped and almost resembled someone wearing a cloak. It turned and stared at me for a second and then slowly turned the corner of the hallway and into the kitchen. Stood there shitting myself for a bit before I got the courage to try and follow it. But when I went into the kitchen, there was nothing there. And to this day, I don't know what the fuck that was about. It wasn't like it was dark or even spooky. I wasn't tired at all, so I don't think I was having a dream. The fact that it was coming out of my room scared the shit out of me. It wasn't a particularly old house either, and the person who owned it before was an old unmarried man. So it's not like any of the ghosts could have been his wife. There was a murder that happened across the street to this Korean couple a few years before he moved in, but neither of them were particularly chubby, so I'm not sure if that's possibly related. Ask Reddit. I was at a hospital to pick up a body once. One of the workers stopped to ask me if I'd ever seen someone from the other side, as they put it. I was like, huh? Like the other side of the hospital? Most hospitals only have one morgue. She was like, no, the other side. And I was like, the other side of town? Because there is another funeral home with a similar name operating on the other side of town, and I was like, oh no. That other mortuary has a similar name, but we're not associated with them. She kept asking a couple more times, talking about this other side. It took me way too long to realize what she was talking about. Ghosts. Then another time a nurse stopped me and was like, I would love to stay at a funeral home overnight and just sip tea and wait in the dark and see if I see any ghosts. I just said that she would end up incredibly bored and have to pee. Then there was this security guard who fully went off. Went off about some book he had just read about people with near-death experiences who'd seen the afterlife and all this shit about how angels are real. Me and my partner I was with, who was just a 19-year-old kid, just had to smile and nod and lie about how we would definitely check it out. Recently I was working with him, the security guard, and mentioned that we had been getting a lot of young cases recently, like people in their 20s. He tried to convince me it was because they were probably vaccinated, but I was like, no, almost all of them died in car accidents except for the one girl that committed suicide. But he didn't seem convinced and just kept urging me to not get vaccines. So to answer the question, no. The closest I've ever gotten to a ghost is kooky hospital staff pestering me about it. Ask Reddit. In 2014, my best friend and roommate passed away from an accidental OD. He basically just fell asleep. There's a ton of weird stories around this, but this one is the oddest, I'd say. The day he died holds a lot of mystery. I'm the last person, or we think, to see him alive that morning. I know I saw him. We didn't find him until later that evening. Rigor mortis had set in. 911 called, the whole ordeal. After the coroner took him away, my uncle came and drove my then significant other and I to their apartment about an hour away. On that drive, I got quite an earful. I don't know what you know about Middle Eastern families, but let me tell you, empathy isn't their strong suit, especially when drugs are involved. Once at their home, my significant other and I go on the balcony to smoke some weed and just calm some nerves. We cry and I ask her, want me to go grab you some water? She says yes. I go to the fridge to serve a cup of water. It was like in a movie, opening the door to the fridge and not being able to see what's on the opposite side. You finish your task, shut the door, and there he was. My friend that had passed earlier that day was standing right next to me for a split second. I see him with clothing I'd seen him wear years before. His face was as it was before, but his horrible car accident 7 years prior to his death. I still hold on to that mental image to just remind myself what it all means. why I do what I do. After reading the answers here, I hope to see him or others when I pass. UK-based cult. Similar to another post that was just made, my sister and I were young. We came into contact with a group of women from the UK that referred to themselves, at least online, as Sibsi Gra. It was heavily tied into an ARG, an alternate reality game. It took place on a number of scattered forums and Wikipedias. Had it been left at that, then it would have been just some meaningless internet escapism. But we noticed some weird patterns. The people in question were very interested in getting the younger participants in the game to move to the UK. They were into the occult and black magic, specifically variations of theistic and violent types of satanic practice akin to the Order of Nine Angels, another UK-based, particularly nasty occult group. At the time, they provided photographic evidence of some pretty shady activity that they would get up to if they got to the UK. My sister and I agree now as adults that a lot of the behavior we witnessed is similar in character to cult grooming, and the result of this in our lives, both normal and paranormal, have been obvious to us since that time. We're looking for information related to this topic, or to these people, to figure out if it's something other people know about, or if we were just, gaslit hard by a group of people pretending to be a well-connected satanic cult. Any information is appreciated. And if you get any more information about that, you message me. Anybody who's still around, see ya tomorrow. Greetings from the edge of reality. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we dive deep into the mysteries that defy explanation. Subscribe now, activate notifications, drop a like or a comment, and stay in the loop with our latest mind-bending discoveries. Let the adventure begin. So some strange things are happening, and I don't know what to do or who to tell. So a bit of background information. I live in New Zealand. In my early 20s, I live alone for the most part. I also live in a brand new house, if that means anything. So basically, for just about as long as I can remember, but having strange experiences that I can't quite explain. Mostly sudden intense feelings, usually of terror and panic. On the occasion I've seen things to accompany the feelings. Never anything particularly concise, but always a darker than black shape. A few years ago, while stopping to relive myself while driving through an extremely remote part of the country at night, I was hit by the feeling, only this time it was different. I heard a voice scream out, "Go!" At the time, I was unsure if it was inside my head or from somebody else, but regardless of that, I got back into my car as quick as I could and floored it, much to the distaste of my friend who was riding shotgun. As I drove off, I looked into the rearview mirror, saw what looked like figures standing in the road. I asked my friend if he had seen them. He said he hadn't been paying attention. I was beginning to think it must have been a figment of my imagination until my friend asked why I had yelled at him to go. So at least some of it must have been real. I definitely wasn't the one who had called it out. Anyways, for a while after that, I didn't see anything else, although I still got the feeling semi-regularly. Fast forward to this past year, and I've moved to the other end of the country and live by myself. And until this past week, I hadn't seen anything since I'd moved, and the sudden feeling seemed to be less frequent. Last weekend, however, I was lying in bed when suddenly I got hit with the feeling of terror. I looked up and saw something dart out of my room into the living room. I immediately got up and checked one by one that all the doors and windows were locked, and they were. When I got to the last window, however, there was absolute darkness, no light coming from the street, or from other houses around me like there should have been. And then for barely a split second, there was what I can only describe as glowing red eyes staring back at me. It then all turned to normal, and the usual lights were back. Obviously fairly shaken, I returned to my bed and was awake all night. But I didn't see anything else. Just about every night since then, I've seen a dark figure, or sometimes a few of them moving throughout the house. Although I haven't seen the red eyes again, for the most part I haven't had any kind of interaction with them, nor they with me, other than seeing them move around. They seem to be visible no longer than 30 seconds. The feelings dissipate fairly quickly after that. They seem to be getting more defined as the week has progressed. No discernible features, but definitely human silhouettes. So tonight, I saw one in the corner of the room, just standing, watching me. This time for much longer than 30 seconds. But there was no fear or other feelings that accompanied this one. After probably an hour of it apparently coming and going, I was hit with the worst bout of sensations I've had in a year. Tears streaming down my face, and a gut-wrenching feeling of terror. For whatever reason, I had a feeling that I had to check the sliding door that leads outside from my room. And what I saw is still making my skin crawl. There was at least 5 figures with red eyes staring back at me. I still don't quite know what to make of it. They didn't move or try to harm me, but the feelings that I had were absolutely terrifying and the worst I've ever experienced. I've been coming in waves since I saw them. Still haven't mustered the courage to look again. Something strange has happened to me while living in my Nana's home. I've always been able to see spirits. As a kid, I would hear things in my childhood home walking around calling for me while everyone else was asleep. My mother at one point saw a dark figure with red eyes, and in response called some women from the church to cleanse the house. Now that was just a few instances at my childhood home. What I've seen at my Nana's was way worse. When I was about 12, my parents split, and eventually we went to stay with my Nana for a while. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom with the door open, and I glanced over and I saw a man's face right beside me staring at me. This obviously freaked me out since I was young, but my Nana had always just said it was my papa that died when I was 2. The strangest thing was a few months ago. I was sitting in my living room with my cousin Jay waiting for his sister C to come inside from the back porch to play some card games. She was out there for a while, so when I finally saw her walk past, I said something to Jay along the lines of, "Oh, there she is, finally." I'd figured she'd gone to her room and put her stuff away. But then the back door opened and she walked right in. I was completely freaked out. I had seen some strange things, but nothing like this before. I figured I was just seeing the house spirit, until a few nights ago the same thing happened with the same cousin. The room I'm staying in at my Nana's doesn't have a door on it, so I pinned up a throw blanket for some privacy. The blanket only covers half of the door, so I can see people's legs as they walk by. The other night at around 1:40, I was still up on my phone, I was facing the wall, rolled over. And as I did, I saw C walking past quickly. It scared me a little, but since the room's right next, made sense. She probably had to use the bathroom after all. Not even 10 minutes later, I hear her door open and she walks out to use the bathroom. I called her and asked her if she had just walked out, and she very sleepily said no. That's when I knew I hadn't seen her then either. I should also mention that she has seen something dark in this house standing over people while they sleep. One of the times in the room I'm in, she's also seen a white spirit in the home too. My Nana likes to think all these encounters are my papa, but I don't think so. I thought it was a home invasion. So since we've moved into this house, there have been noises and weird occurrences. But they could be explained away, like loud knocking on her bedroom window while sleeping, or the sound of somebody working in the workhouse late at night, chairs being moved in the dining room, etc. I never am one to jump on, "It's paranormal," because I know life is weird, and there are great explanations for most weird things that happen. However, since the event where we heard the loud crash, nothing has happened. It's been quite a few days, which is very strange. We also have been trying to stay calm and have a white noise on while we're sleeping, so we don't read too much into the house noises. Thankfully, there have been no house noises. Until last night. I was dead asleep from Valentine's Day dinner. Thank you, wine. Cheers. But it was only 9 p.m., so my husband was awake. He woke me up because he kept hearing things. Mind you, this man was raised Jehovah's Witness and extremely skeptical. He actually didn't believe anything like this could be possible until he met me. So I woke up but said something like, "Whatever, I'm going back to sleep." Then I heard a chair being moved in the kitchen. I checked the camera, nothing, and I hear what sounds like furniture being moved into our guest room, things falling in the living room. We get our gun, we check it out. Nothing. We go to sleep. And later in the night we hear somebody loudly knocking on our window. This had happened before, but no one was seen on our outdoor cameras. I wake up the next day, this morning. I get my daughter and I get ready for the day. I walk towards our bedroom to get a phone charger and see this on the floor. It was very obviously, purposely placed there. I messaged my husband and I asked if he placed it there, and he didn't. The wall this is sitting against is kind of connected to my in-bedroom office, which was not used at all yesterday. It was left alone all day and night. What makes this significant is that the picture is of my dad holding me as a newborn. My dad died when I was around 4 months old. My adoptive dad heavily verbally abused me until I escaped at the age of 13. He also really hated the fact that I had a different dad and wouldn't let me refer to him as my dad. Bastard. This feels like a taunt, though I guess it could be my dad's way of trying to comfort me. Sigh. Sigh indeed. I think I had a ghost in my dorm. My freshman year of college, I lived in a dorm with 3 others, and it was set up like an apartment. We each had our own room, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a small living area. I've always believed in ghosts, but I'd never experienced anything. Roommate C was pretty neutral. Roommate B was a hard believer. Believed she was one to attract spirits with how often it became a theme in her life. And D was fairly skeptical, but the idea terrified her. The first incident to happen was when I was in the shower and had a YouTube playlist on. The song suddenly started skipping forward every few seconds, went on for like a minute and then stopped. This happened multiple times, even sometimes the playlist going back 4 or 5 songs. One day I got fed up, jumped out, watched as my phone screen flipped between songs, and it appeared almost as if somebody was scrolling the playlist back and forth and picking songs. The second I picked up my phone, it stopped. It typically only happened while I was in the shower, but once happened while I was cooking home alone. The next thing was a one-time thing, and it started the whole "our dorm is haunted" joke. One day my TV just went static out of nowhere for about 5 minutes. I could not figure out why. Now, I'm not the best with technology, but I didn't have a cable, only a Fire Stick, and I checked that everything was plugged in. Thought it was just weird till roommate C had told me this happened often with her TV. She just usually didn't think anything of it. I've had the same TV for the last 3 years, and this had never happened, nor happened again, by the way. At this point, B and I were all for the ghost theory, and even started researching the campus ghost, Isabella, to see where she last resided. We learned she was last placed at dorms on the opposite side of the campus. Through what we learned, the ghost was most likely not the well-known Isabella. Started to scare our other 2 roommates when the AC started to be put in the 30s while we were gone. The dorm thermostat is older than, well, it was controlled by a tiny lever. One that took effort to move, by the way. Roommate D claimed that she 100% saw it, and it moved on its own. At one point, when it was just A and me in the dorm, I heard her go from her room to the bathroom. The shower turned on, and another loud door shut. While the 3 doors shuts were strange in my head, I thought it's whatever. Later, talking to her, she said the door was slammed shut when she got out of the shower. I told her what I heard, and she told me that she didn't close her bedroom door and she thought it was weird when she heard the door, but assumed it was mine till she saw hers closed. I pointed out her dorm was on a slant. Maybe it shut itself, but she pointed out the door went the opposite way due to the slant. So, unless our dorm shifted slants and shifted back, it wouldn't be possible without force. The last thing is less physical, and the most freaky. One day, A asked me if I ever got the overwhelming feeling to not leave my room, or if I'd ever seen something in the corner of my eye in the living room. I was scared because the exact things and feelings she explained were identical to mine. I told her I always brushed them off because I'm very anxious, and assumed I was just paranoid. When C came around, she tried to see if she felt the same, giving her less than what she gave me, to see if C matched us, and she did. Warned me to never leave my room if I feel that again, and though I partially thought she was just trying to scare me, it was strange how we all experienced these feelings. I now live in the same dorms, but a different building. I've never experienced those things again. Even though it was kind of a joke at first, and we even joked it was my grandma that had passed early in the semester, little bad feelings just made the place much scarier by the end. At one point, we thought it was that thing that calls names and other voices. And I'd experienced that, but we ended up concluding it was just sleep-deprived at that time. Considering A had the most history with the paranormal, she thought it was following her. At least at first. But most things seemed to affect me, and she thought it may have been me. But since I left that dorm, I haven't had any other experiences like that. But I love to joke about the ghost on campus that no one knows, cause, well, Isabella gets all the credit. Ask Reddit. I used to drive a truck over the road. One evening I'm driving south through Missouri. Can't remember exactly the route I was taking, but it was a state highway a little north of I-44. It was a little after sunset. There was snow all over the countryside, and since it was a small highway, there were no lights. However, the moon was full, and because of the snow, it was pretty bright outside. I'm on the phone with my mom, and we're discussing something or another. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, this shadowy figure appears on the oncoming lane. It was pretty large, but it was very low to the ground. The best I could describe it is it was roughly shaped like an alligator with a much shorter tail. When I first caught a glimpse of it, I thought it might be an old retired tire, or some other debris maybe on the road. But when I was about 100 feet away, the object turned to my direction and my headlights hit its eyes. The moment I saw the eyes, the thing darts into my lane and then off the road. I missed it by about 15 feet. I immediately look in my mirrors to see if I can get another glimpse of it, but I couldn't see anything. The movement of the creature was so strange it almost floated, but it moved very quickly. Even when it was right in my headlights, I couldn't make out anything other than it being a dark creature unlike anything I've ever seen. I was in the middle of a sentence when all this happened, and I let out a loud, "What the fuck?" That's when my mom asked what happened. I explained what I'd seen. She asks how long I've been driving, and if I was tired. I told her I had only been driving for about 7 hours, and that I had taken a run with my dog about an hour earlier, roughly. I brushed it off, and we kept talking for a little while, but it had really creeped me out. Still, I have no idea what it was that I saw. Still creeps me out sometimes. Simultaneous experience. Around 2000, I was living in Hollister, California with my dad, his dog, and mostly outdoor cats in a somewhat rural area in the neighborhood where each residence was on a 5-acre lot. That was after moving back from living in Knoxville, Tennessee with my mom, stepdad, and half-sister. I don't recall having prior paranormal experiences, and haven't had any remarkable experiences since. A very close friend of my mom and dad's during college, whom we still remain close to and talk often with, Bob. Bob was very much into researching paranormal phenomena from people's experiences, and also historical references. He was fascinated, especially by my great-great-grandmother, Mary Hayes Chenoweth, and her documented abilities, especially in a book by Louisa Johnson Clay, 1914, titled The Spirit Dominant, A Life of Mary Hayes Chenoweth. During my 2-year period living with my dad again, Bob used to visit us pretty often. That was in Los Angeles, where he had moved to after college to work on the Merv Griffin show as a producer. He would seek out some interesting guests involving the supernatural in various capacities from time to time. Bob would describe amazing events and uncanny moments of how things intertwined amongst these guests and his personal life. I wish I could recall these spectacular stories, but that's for another time. Anyways, Bob would drive up from LA every 2 to 4 weeks and stay with my dad and I for a few days. And this went on until my dad met and married my stepmom. That was 2001. She ultimately moved into the house later that year. She had 2 adult children, and her son, Kyle, was 19, the same age as me at the time. He would stay at the house often for days at a time, and we got along pretty well. There were 3 bedrooms, but they were all occupied, my dad's, mine, and my other half-sister from my dad's previous marriage. But she was only there on occasion and was 12 years younger than me. I was working 2 part-time jobs and preparing to move back to my mom's to, resume university in late 2003 in Ithaca, New York. Kyle and I would each have our significant others and friends over on occasions as our parents would travel frequently. We were of the age where we'd party into the wee hours of the morning on occasion. Kyle was staying overnight several times a week, and we had grown relatively close over the couple of years. I don't recall specifically what day or month for that matter when my experience occurred, but it was nighttime, around midnight. And it was just Kyle and I in the house as our parents were out of town again. We hadn't had anybody else over that day or night and just had a lazy day at home. We were both heading to bed. Kyle slept on a camping mat and used a sleeping bag to sleep on the sort of carpeted floor in the dining room on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms. It was a typical quiet night in the sparsely populated neighborhood. Aside from the wondrous sounds of nighttime nature, mostly insects. I do recall this was not the rainy season because then the frogs' nighttime chorus would have muffled all the other sounds during dusk to dawn. The neighborhood and part of the town where we live is also very obscured from light pollution. That's pretty fortunate, and thus quite dark. I closed my bedroom door as I had always done for as long as I can remember. I read a little bit in a book. I was sort of just reading. I was getting tired. Switched off the light on my nightstand beside my bed and proceeded to go to sleep on my back with my hands partially overlapping on my chest. Not too much time had passed. Perhaps maybe 20 minutes or so while attempting to drift off to sleep. For whatever reason, I suddenly heard very loud, deep breaths. I still had my eyes closed and wasn't asleep, and I recall a childhood fear I had heard at one point regarding hearing breathing while in bed at night, thinking it's your own and subsequently holding your breath to discover that the breathing sounds are still audible. This is exactly what occurred at this moment when I heard these slow, deep, rhythmic breaths. They sounded to me what I would imagine a man's heavy breathing to sound like. I remember thinking I must be dreaming or imagining this sound, being fearful of opening my eyes and seeing something dreadful. So I instead decided to hold my breath, hoping that it was my own breathing sounding strange for some reason. Unfortunately, the heavy breathing continued while I held my breath. I was frighteningly shocked at what I was experiencing. Perhaps only 10 to 20 seconds had elapsed, but it scared me enough to make me bravely open my eyes and peek about the darkness for unknown shapes. Fortunately, there was nothing there, so I switched my bedside lamp on and looked around my room under the bed and in the closet. I was tenuously relieved. So I again attempted to go back to sleep, dismissed the incident as my mind playing tricks on me. As I'm laying there again in the same position as before on my back with hands resting on each other on my chest, I begin drifting off to sleep again. But not much longer again, something much more frightening happens. I feel this immense pressure on my chest and fingers begin forcefully curled toward my palm in the shape of a fist. I'm having difficulty breathing due to this weight on top of me. This didn't happen for too long, but after the frightful breathing occurrence and then this, I jumped out of bed and ran out of my room and decided to go to the living room and watch TV on the couch with the lights on. Earlier that night, I'd seen Kyle go to his bed in the dining room. All of the lights were off in the house when I made my way to bed not too long ago, perhaps 30 minutes earlier. As I approached the living room, which is also on the same end of the house as the dining room, I'm surprised to see Kyle on the couch with the TV on. I say hey, and he says hey. I said I was having trouble sleeping. He said the same thing. So I take a seat in the recliner chair and we're watching something on TV, which I don't really recall what, but I do know it wasn't something scary. A few minutes into us being there, we were both eerily quiet. I was still in shock as to what I'd just experienced, and I mentioned something vague about just a really weird experience. He agrees, literally begins to tell me the exact same thing that just happened to me only minutes before. I said, Kyle, are you fucking with me? Because this isn't funny. He looks at me confused, and we're both obviously agitated and frightened, and I explained, well, what he had just described happened exactly the same to me. We both sat silently in disbelief and deduced that this seemed to happen simultaneously to each of us, due to the time of us both being in the living room. He said he wasn't out there much sooner than I was. Still shaken by what had just occurred, we decided to watch something funny. Though I don't recall if we found something on TV or chose a movie, but we just wanted to put this scary situation behind us. Hope it would never happen again. As the hours passed, Kyle had moved to the carpeted floor in the front of the coffee table. I decided to move to the couch as we were both getting tired. Perhaps an hour, maybe two later, we both awakened violently, breathlessly, and forcefully and simultaneously from our positions of lying down to sitting up, gasping for breath and shaking. We were shaking our bodies as if to shake off the now familiar feeling of being compressed by a massive weight on our chests. The awakening of us was loudly audible, and we were both fearfully looking around, dazed and confused. And again, we both experienced the same weight and forceful, involuntary clenching of our hands into fists. Excuse me. Ultimately, we proceed to calm down. We're just like, what the fuck's going on? We make small chit-chat, and Kyle tells me about one of his friends, Rocco. He'd been at her house numerous times, so we had parties. Rocco is a very big dude, tall, linebacker body type, and doesn't scare easily, according to Kyle, which is totally believable considering his size. He says that one night it was just him and Rocco hanging out at her house. They were outside at nighttime, just chilling and walking around the house and the yard a little bit, just messing around. Kyle went inside to use the bathroom and was gone for several minutes. Rocco thought he heard breathing very close to him, thought it was Kyle messing with him, so he turned around quickly and realized nothing was around him. This happened a few times to Rocco while Kyle was inside. So Rocco decided to go inside after that and didn't want to go back outside. Anyways, this was my one and only experience. It was helpful for my remaining sanity to have experienced it with another person who was able to validate it without any influence of details. If anything, Kyle could have thought I was messing with him, but he never said that. I could tell by my demeanor that I wasn't messing with him, and I wasn't fabricating nor embellishing my occurrence, especially after the incident together in the same room at the exact same moment. I mentioned Bob in the beginning to provide context to my life at the time, and also to insinuate that I wasn't, closed-minded to the possibilities of the unknown. I don't want to ever have an experience like that again, and I remind myself of it from time to time so I don't forget. I've also told it verbally in relevant encounters of my life and will continue to do so whenever appropriate, and hopefully will encourage others to not easily dismiss their own experiences as simply their imaginations or dreams, or whatever excuse they deem necessary to pander to the skeptics. Ask Reddit. I work night shift at a local hospital. My coworkers and I were all sharing our paranormal experiences with each other the other night. Most involve things that can be explained away. Malfunctioning equipment, flickering lights, the kind of stuff you call maintenance for and forget about. But a few were pretty weird, so here goes. First was a couple of years ago. We were taking care of an older fellow who was totally with it. Knew who he was, where he was, why he was there, everything. Nothing out of the ordinary, no confusion, nothing. During the day, his family visited and left when visiting hours ended so we could get some rest. Out of nowhere, at about 2 or 3 in the morning, we heard him talking with someone. We went in to check on him and make sure he didn't need any help. He was looking at the empty chair next to his bed and talking with his wife, who he could see, but we could not. Thought it was a little bit odd, but hey, he's old, so maybe he's got some baseline undiagnosed dementia or something. Maybe he was just sundowning a bit. Not uncommon on our floor, so we wrote it off as some late-night confusion. Stops talking with her, go back to sleep, and about 15 minutes later, though, we get a call from his adult son. Asks us to tell his father that his wife, the patient's, not the son's, that his wife had passed away about 20 minutes ago. Second was a little more recent. It's a little after midnight and visiting hours are over. It's just patients and staff now. Everyone else has gone home. We head into a patient's room to knock out some vitals and some medications. The patient tells us, "Someone needs to get that kid out of here." We double-checked the room just to be sure nobody stayed behind, but sure enough, there's no visitors there, kids or otherwise. We assure her there's no kids in the room with her, and again, write it off as some late-night confusion or hallucinations. Once more, not that uncommon. Where it gets weird, though, is when one of our coworkers, who is on the totally opposite side of the unit, comes over and talks with us. Tells us how, when he went in for midnight vitals, one of his patients asked him, "Hey, did you see that little kid who's been running by?" Made us want to call the pediatric floor to ask if they'd lost anybody. But at the same time, we didn't really want to know. Irish skeptic visits USA. Now I believe in ghosts. I'm a 37-year-old male from Ireland. My wife is 35 from Texas. I have an interest in horror movies and scary stories. But I've always been a skeptic in reality. My wife had told me about experiencing paranormal encounters in her family home, which I shrugged off as I've slept in buildings and castles 1,000 years old and experienced nothing. So how could she experience such things in a 50-year-old home in America? Excuse my arrogant Europeanisms, but I was wrong. I assumed she was just overly superstitious, as she's kind of Hispanic, which, like the Irish, have a rich cultural history of everything considered paranormal. Ghosts, witches, demons, etc. On the night in question, I'm in San Antonio, Texas, visiting my wife's family. I'm awake lying on her bed, staring through a doorway that leads to the living room area that belongs to my wife. Her bedroom is like a mini apartment. A bug just flew into my mouth. Protein. It's dark, and around 4 a.m. when I see a jet black cloud float along the floor in the living room. When I say black, I mean absolutely black, almost like a bad Photoshop in a photograph. So here I am looking at this cloud as it suddenly starts to stretch from its right side into a triangle shape. That was until it couldn't stretch anymore and snapped back into itself and evaporates, leaving a head staring at me from the floor. The head is also jet black and is only visible from the neck up onto the floor. I couldn't see its face, but I'll always remember seeing the window light shining through its long curly hair. I'm in disbelief, wake my wife as I'm still making eye contact with this head on the floor. I must have seen it for 15 seconds straight. That was before my wife looks up and I turn on the flashlight on my phone on the head's direction and it just disappeared. After the event, my wife told me that she used to sleep with a blanket wall just sort of stacked on the bed covering the view of the doorway that I was looking through. She said she used to do it because she was afraid that she'd see something. She's experienced noises, heard the voices of people talking, yet never seen anything. But when we told her family, her mother and aunties said that they've seen super fast glimpses of a black head looking around the doorway of the kitchen and the dining room. I wasn't aware of this beforehand, so my description of the black head really dropped some jaws at the dinner table. Amazingly, I wasn't frightened. I was just absolutely shocked and almost thrilled that I now fully believe in ghosts. And not only ghosts, but the afterlife. I still don't believe in organized religion, but at least now I believe in something. I can't find information online regarding black shape-shifting cloud entities. Really? The cloud itself was blacker than black, with sharp rotating edges, almost like it contained a cyclone or a black hole, but it was so dark that you couldn't see any definition inside of it. A demon looked down on me while I was trying to sleep. 1 week ago, I was invited to a party by a friend of mine. We got some food, got to her apartment that, to be honest, it doesn't have a weird feeling to it. We had fun, laughed, discussed some things, time went by like nothing, and then we went to sleep. First of all, I'm the only religious person of the group. I'm wearing a necklace with a cross at all times. And what happened next was my first, truly first, paranormal encounter in 20 years. By that time, it was almost morning. I couldn't sleep, maybe because I was sleeping on the floor. I took my necklace and I slept with it in my hand because it helps me with my OCD and all that. The friend that slept in bed next to me eventually woke up. I crawled up into bed while she was on the balcony with the rest of the group, and I was trying to fall back asleep. I was with my face to the wall with the pillow on top of my head. That's when I heard footsteps coming out of the bathroom, walking slowly toward me. Initially, I thought it was one of my friends, as I said I was sleepy. But then the footsteps ended right behind me and stood there for a second. Went back in the bathroom just as slow as it came. I didn't think much of it until afternoon when the friend that lives in that apartment told us that she's heard somebody walking around in the house even when she's home alone. I told her it happened to me. Now she wants to call a priest to cleanse the house. Spirit attached to a loft bed I got on Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace warning. This story happened at least 6 years ago. It's when I was 10 years old. I begged for a loft bed so I would have more space for my things, and eventually my grandma gave in and bought one for me. One night I woke up drenched in sweat with all my blankets removed from my body. As I laid in my new bed, I heard a deep growl coming from underneath me. Still have no idea why, but there was a possibility that my brain could have made that noise as I came out of a deep sleep. I laid there, staring at the ceiling in horror. I listened for another growl that fortunately never came before I felt ballsy enough to investigate my room. I lowered my head over the railing to scan the area below me. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning I told my grandma about what happened. She handed me a rosary, instructed me to hang it underneath the bed to ward off whatever growled at me. I did, then went outside to play. Came back hours later to find the rosary on the floor. I knew I had secured it tightly. There was no way it could have fallen on its own. I picked it up and put it back, hoping that it would stay this time, but it didn't. It fell twice more. I tried to find better ways to keep it hanging, but I always found it on the carpet hours after I hung it up. Eventually, I come home from school to see it broken in half on the floor. The two pieces at least a foot from one another. This incident spooked me for a while, and we sold the bed when I was 12. UFO in Berlin, one of the biggest mysteries I've ever experienced or encountered. So this is one of the most extraordinary things I've encountered, and I'm asking if anybody had anything similar, or if there's any idea what it could be. I'm up for the discussion. So last year, 2022, September, on the 25th, if I remember correctly. The date and time is around 7:30 p.m. I'm staying over at a friend's. We're the only ones in the house. I'm going out to the balcony for a cigarette. I look up without a thought, and right above me I see this white light in a circle. Imagine the full moon, but 5 times bigger and brighter. It's Berlin, so classic weather is always cloudy. I couldn't tell properly, but anyway, I double-checked if it was the moon itself. Moved a bit to my right where I remember it from yesterday. I arrived in Berlin the day before. I saw the moon in front of me and looked up again, the light still above me. But how? I moved and it moved with me. At this point I went full-on panic mode, no joke. Started running through the balcony left to right. It was kind of funny I even started to try to trick it from going left and quickly turning right. It would move the way I would and stop on top of my head. I was a tiny bit scared to think something unknown was following me in the air, but more so I was intrigued. I could tell it wasn't our atmosphere and somewhat nearby. Thought I'm going nuts, and I don't think I'd ever tell this if my friend didn't encounter this with me. We're on the top floor of the building. You can see most of the house from the balcony, because it's instead of walls, it's glass. At this point, it was time to call my friend. He was in the living room walking around, and I noticed the same thing was following him as well. With excitement and a bit of confusion, I asked him, "Come and check. Am I going crazy, or can you see this too?" Smiley face. While he's approaching the balcony, the white light is following him. Then imagine this scene. I'm looking at the light above me, and the moment he stepped on a balcony, he noticed the one above him. They're still in the clouds. And suddenly, in synchronicity, this white light started projecting blue beams on us. Our whole physical body from head to toe was shining an electric blue light. The only way I can describe it is if you imagine a huge projector coming from the clouds, but perfectly taking your human form. Slowly, it started getting smaller, and I remember it took the form of a cube, and in a second, bam, it's gone. I even remember it made a sound I can only describe when the light goes out, but instead of hearing it from the outside, it felt like it was coming from my brain. I felt like it took something out of my head. It was sensational. I'll never forget it. I've never been so shook in my life. When it was over, we were still looking up at the sky for a few seconds and slowly turned our heads, and we literally couldn't speak for an hour or so. It's been a while now, so we've discussed it and made a conclusion that maybe we got scammed. I really need somebody to talk to. I've told this story a few times to get it off my chest, but I feel like I need a community that would take it seriously. Maybe find some answers. Sorry the post is so long. English is my second language, and I'm pretty bad at writing. Thanks to those who made it through the story. You're welcome. And I'll appreciate any thoughts on this, or feel free to share any experiences similar to this one. I hear knocking on my 4th floor window at night. As the title says, I've been hearing knocks on my window at night. They aren't very rhythmic or frequent, but they sound very much like somebody's knocking on the window. I live on the 4th floor of an apartment complex. There's no trees near or high enough to do this. The weird thing is it only happens late at night, past 1 or 2 p.m. a.m., but only when I'm trying to sleep. I haven't heard them staying up late, yet there's also other noises. But it's hard to tell if it's the window or my pet rats that get a little crazy at night. The knocks are definitely the window, though. I'm an extremely paranoid person. While I would check it out any other time of day, as soon as everybody's asleep and it's just me, the knocking in the dark, I'm paralyzed. My fear response is freeze. So as soon as I hear it, I hide myself like a child as best I can, waiting in ice-cold sweat. That's what happened today. I couldn't sleep until I heard the knocks at around 1 a.m. Tried to ignore it and listen to some calming music, but my one earphone was broken. I could still hear it. Finally managed to sleep only to wake up at 3 a.m., wanting to sleep again. Calmed down now, only to become utterly terrified when it continued. I eventually slept through the night, but it was the most stress I ever want to experience at night. It was suggested to me to post my UFO encounter and the following strangeness. Apologies if this is the wrong place for this. I want to share a UFO encounter I had in Santa Barbara, California, October 2017, in hopes somebody might have some feedback or insight. First, a bit of background. Before this encounter, I had zero interest in UFOs. Wasn't even interested enough to be a skeptic. Seems crazy to me now, but I just didn't think about them. My then boyfriend, now husband, was always into UFOs, and when we started dating, he even lent me a Jocks Valley book. And a Richard Dolan book. I don't even think I opened them. I remember groaning in my head when he brought them over. They were huge. Whenever he started talking about UFOs or tried to show me something on YouTube, I would just zone out and politely nod. I was completely bored by the topic. Crazy. I'm now about as deep into the UFO phenomenon as one could be in 3 years. My encounter happened pretty close to 3 a.m. on the dot. I noticed an orange glowing light floating down the street. It was the color of a Himalayan salt lamp, if you've seen one of those. It was just under 2 blocks away when I first saw it. It was following the street exactly, right down the middle. It was above the tree line, but not by much. I'm a bad judge of distance, but I would guess it was about 4 stories up. My building was 3 stories, and it was above my building, but not by much. I watched it float very slowly and purposefully down the street toward my direction. I was amazed and called my boyfriend and asked him if he could see it out of his bedroom window, which was on the 1st floor and faced out to the street I was smoking on. He confirmed that he saw it, and then weirdly just got off the phone. I remember thinking it was weird that he didn't come out and look at it with me. I was kind of a bit annoyed by it. Still can't believe he didn't come out. When it was almost above my head, it went dark. It just disappeared. Then an instant later, it flickered on. But this time it was a bit higher in the sky, and this time it was a perfectly clear flying saucer. Glowing orange, almost like an X-ray or bioluminescence. It was like I could see the outlines of the flying saucer. I could see porthole-type things, lots of detail, the exact shape, all crystal clear. But glowing. It was all glowing the same orange color. I could see the bottom lit up, but strangely, I could also see the top, which was also lit up. Maybe it was at an angle, or because I'm looking at it from an angle, I'm not sure. But it was so clearly a flying saucer, I couldn't believe it. It wasn't until that moment that my brain clicked and thought, oh my God, aliens are real and I'm seeing a UFO right now and it's really close to me and this is really happening. I wasn't scared at all. It was almost as though the occupant of the craft were communicating with me and saying, yeah, hi there. We see you looking at us and we're looking at you too, don't worry. I couldn't see any occupants, but I had the strong sense that there were 2 and they were looking down at me from the craft. After a few seconds, it flickered off for a moment and then came back on for a few more seconds. I stared at it for several seconds and got a very good look. I remember looking at the detail and different parts and having many thoughts. I can still picture it clear as that night. I wasn't close enough to see any markings, but it was undeniably a flying saucer, and I had a clear look at it for a while. Despite having my phone in my hand, I didn't think to take a picture and call my boyfriend. I was just transfixed staring at it. And I was totally at peace. It felt friendly. Eventually it flickered off, and then back to just being a glowing orange light with no distinct shape. That's how it had been when I first saw it. Just this intense glowing orange light with no distinct edges or shape. I watched it take a right-angle turn away from me and head in a straight line toward the mountains. I watched it travel for a few blocks and then it disappeared out of my sight. It didn't take off anywhere, just faded out. At that moment, a glowing white orb dropped down out of nowhere. I noticed it when it was about over my roof level. I was standing outside of a 1-story house across the street from my building, and when I first saw it, it was at the same level as the roof of the house. It seemingly came out of nowhere, but caught my eye at roof level and then dropped down as quickly as anything could a few feet lower. It stopped. I looked right at it, and at this point it was maybe 10 feet away and 3 feet above me. It was larger than a grapefruit, smaller than a soccer ball, brilliant glowing white light as bright as it could be in a perfect sphere with distinct edges. I was certain that it was intelligent and interested in me. Then it jumped down further toward me and stopped again about 4 feet away from me. It jumped down so fast that it almost looked like 2 orbs for a moment. It was in one spot and then in another in an instant. Unlike when I saw the craft, I was terrified. I had a terrible feeling of complete terror. And after that second jumped toward me, I ran full speed across the street and into my street-level front door. I was terrified. I ran inside, didn't turn around, locked the door, and ran to the bedroom. I immediately told my boyfriend what had happened and told him I wanted to Google what I'd seen. In his wisdom, he made me type out what I'd seen so I wouldn't forget or doubt myself before looking online. I typed out pretty much what I've written above and then kind of stayed up all night Googling things, looking for images of what I'd seen, rating other encounters with white orbs. I was pretty freaked out. I didn't even want to look out the window. My boyfriend went outside after I told him the story, despite me really not wanting to be alone. He didn't see anything, though. The next day I went to work. I remember my boyfriend warning me to be careful and to look out for any strange people. I didn't think too much of that, feeling like my encounter was very unhuman. There was no reason to be on guard with humans when I went to work. I felt much less scared once it was light outside. Now this part is really, really strange, and I can only explain it as I perceived it to happen. I was smoking a cigarette walking back toward work. It was after my lunch break when somebody asked me for a light. I was smoking, so I couldn't really say no, so even though I got the sense he was sketchy, I stopped to offer my lighter. I worked at a warehouse. There were a lot of drug users and homeless people in the neighborhood. Anyway, I avoided looking at his face because I didn't want to get in a conversation or invite him to start talking to me. I just got out my lighter and held it up in front of him. At this point, he pulls out rolling paper and rolling tobacco, and I'm thinking, it's going to take forever. He hasn't even started rolling the cigarette. I keep my head lowered away from his face, but I'm watching him try to roll a cigarette, and it was like he didn't know how. It was really weird. He was terrible at it. It took forever and looked barely smokable by the end. I remember thinking it was so out of human norms to make a person wait this long to borrow their lighter. I considered just handing him the lighter and letting him keep it so I could leave. But I really liked that lighter, and that was really the only reason I stuck around. But here's the crazy part. Water was pouring out of his sleeves and from under his shirt. Didn't make any sense. He was just dripping and pouring, really, tons of water everywhere. He was also holding all these weird, clear plastic envelopes and folders filled with maps and candy wrappers. He had put them down on the sidewalk next to him to roll a cigarette. I was looking at them in the water and it was pouring out of them too. I clearly remember watching the water pour into the sidewalk. There were weird maps of parks, not street maps, and trash like receipts and candy wrappers in the envelopes. It was just so weird. My brain somehow just accepted it. Eventually, I lit his mess of a cigarette and left. I immediately crossed the street to get away from him, past an old red pickup truck filled with weird folders and junk in the bed of a truck and water pouring out of the cracks of the door. Super weird. Doesn't make any sense, I'd say. As soon as I passed the truck, I never thought anything of it again, like it just disappeared from my brain. Can't explain it. Text my boyfriend dumb stuff all day long, but didn't text him about this. Didn't tell anyone at work or ask anyone else if they'd seen this man. I just completely disappeared from my mind. Till I was pressed by my boyfriend, which I'll explain below. Before that, a few notable things about the strange man. He seemed to be in his mid-30s, like me and my boyfriend. He was wearing thick wool flannel, very similar to one that my boyfriend has, that he uses exclusively to smoke across the street from our apartment, where I'd seen the craft and the orb the night before. I didn't get a good look at his face. My boyfriend also drives a red pickup truck. My boyfriend drives an older model Toyota Tacoma, and the truck I saw connected to the man was very old, maybe from the 50s. But it was also red. I didn't put those things together, but my boyfriend did. It's interesting. What I saw doesn't make sense. It wasn't even like his clothes were wet or he was wet. It was just as if water was pouring out from underneath his clothes and inside of his strange folders and envelopes and books. He had so much weird stuff with him. It just doesn't make sense. But that was my memory of my encounter with him. After work, I went home. My boyfriend asked me if anything weird had happened to me and if I'd met anyone weird. I think he was getting like a Men in Black type thing. I kept saying, no, nothing happened. Just a normal day. He literally had to ask me a bunch of times. Finally, when he said so, "You didn't see anybody weird today, are you sure?" The whole water-pouring guy came back to me. Told him the story, and I couldn't believe that I'd forgotten it. I also couldn't believe how crazy and unbelievable the whole thing was and how I managed to completely forget it. So that's pretty much my experience. I'm quite certain that the craft and the orb were connected. My boyfriend thinks the weird encounter the next day was also related. I guess he's probably right. I don't know, even to this day I never think about that part. I only think about the craft and the orb. And in fact, I almost didn't even write about the strange man here, which seems crazy, I don't know. It's a really weird memory. Very clear, but almost like my brain doesn't want to remember it. Maybe because it makes no sense. I wish I had written about the strange man then, like I had about the craft and the orb. I did confirm with my boyfriend. What I've written here is what I told him that day. 3 years into my study of the phenomenon, I often wish I had reacted differently to the orb. That man fascinates me. Ask Reddit. I have some minor stories, at least compared to other stories here. 2 paranormal and 1 freaky. 1. My aunt watched me during the summers when I was in elementary school and my parents worked. She had to go pick her kids up from summer school at one point. I stayed at the house alone and watched TV. I started hearing tap, tap, tap. I looked in the kitchen where I heard it, and in the kitchen cabinets they were opening and closing. Then a music box started going off. Sat on the porch until my aunt and cousins got back. Didn't really freak me out and didn't really tell anybody about it. 2. My friend and I were playing in our backyard late in the evening. The sun was almost down, there was a house directly behind ours, and our backyards are open to each other. To the south of our yards was a very large hill with a row of pine trees at the bottom. An old lady came out on the balcony of the house behind ours. She definitely didn't live there. She told us to go inside because the hunters are out, and they might shoot us. Weird. It got weirder when we looked at the trees at the bottom of the hill and saw a group of shadows coming out with guns. I ran inside, told my parents, and they blamed it on the TV. 3. This is the weird one. Me and 3 friends drove 2 cars to a party about an hour away from where we lived. We drove back in 2 cars, 2 people each. It was in rural Kansas. We took 2 lanes. They're paved county roads. They're everywhere. We passed through a small town, a couple thousand people maybe. I got back up to a highway speed, and in the middle of the road was a giant white owl. It was taller than my car, like 5 or 6 feet tall. Swerved around it, looked in my mirror, and saw my friend behind me swerve around it too. Got home around midnight, and we all saw it, but none of us believed it. Told my mom the next morning. She swears the exact same thing happened to her right outside the same small town a few years prior. I'm more flabbergasted by this than the ghost stories. Ask Reddit. At my mam's house, I was 15. She and my dad were at church on a Wednesday, December night doing kids club. I was alone in my room playing Xbox, like any other night, with my old dog chilling in the downstairs hallway waiting for my dad to get back. In my room I had a fake wall that was out there, so there was like metal ladders to the loft. All of a sudden I hear the metal ladders creaking, like somebody was walking up or down them. Then suddenly my door and the door to the balcony just burst open. They were both fully closed and no windows were open in the house as it was December. Then the stairs start creaking. Then the downstairs living room just properly slams shut. So my poor dog bolts up the stairs, comes and lays in my room facing the doorway and growling sporadically. Wouldn't leave my side until my parents got home, maybe an hour and a half later. The weird thing is that she'd never ever come into my room before. She'd always be looking at the metal runners in the carpet that divide the rooms up and never come in before that night, and never did after either. After she passed, we got our new dog. He'd continually pick his ears up and growl constantly at nothing. Also, a week after my grandma passed, there was a message on her answering machine, which dead-ass was my grandma's voice from the hospital saying my mam's name clear as day. I listened to the message, went in to say to my parents, "Have you heard that voicemail?" They were like, "Yeah, we were waiting for you to listen to it before we said anything." So we didn't influence what you heard. They're Christians and don't believe in that, but even that had them totally thrown. I still have the message in my voice notes on my iPhone. My grandmother sees people in the night, and I'm looking for expiations. So I'm looking for hypotheses and your opinions on the subject and what it could be. She just told me this story, and she's looking for an explanation herself. So my grandmother's almost 80 years old. When she was little at night while she slept, she woke up suddenly. She saw people around her. They were there without moving. When she spoke to them, they didn't answer. They were just standing there. I don't know the exact number of times she saw them, but there were some occasions. After she got married, she now lives with her husband and my youngest uncle in the same house since the 60s. But a little bit before that, when my uncles and aunts were young, several times she woke up and saw a woman at the head of her daughter. She had asked people at the time to understand the reason because she was afraid for her daughter. They told her that the woman she saw at night is there to protect her daughter, and now, a month ago or even less, she saw a rather young man, according to her, always standing in the dark without speaking, just staring at her. Sometimes he would be above her head, sometimes at the end of the sofa or at his feet. She could see his face, but she can't be more specific. She asked him what he wanted and why he was there, but he was just motionless. After my uncle heard her, Gecko. After my uncle heard her and they came to the room, the young man suddenly disappeared. She told me she wasn't afraid of him, but she didn't understand what he wanted. I think my apartment is haunted 2 to 3 years into living in it. I always teased my SO that a crackhead lived in the attic. We don't live in the best neighborhood, so it was just a running joke that the previous tenant never moved out. I was also genuinely nervous that our attic had no partition. No partition. I believe they mean partition to the apartment next door. So one day he peeked inside. We went from occasionally hearing odd noises in the attic that we couldn't really explain to hearing them in our apartment. Shortly after he went into the attic, I started an anxiety pill that made me hallucinate. Whew. I chalked all the odd things, after the attic to the pills and continued to move forward without the pills. But the noises never stopped, and my husband has heard them too. I, however, have seen things while on the pills and have heard things ever since. Once I was upstairs and putting away laundry. My sister was in town, and I just thought, keep an ear in the door. She'll be home soon. You'll need to let her in. Just then, the door knocked right on cue, but no one was there. Our apartment situated in a position that the knocker would have to run away without me seeing them. I'm talking Forrest Gump meets Usain Bolt run away. That's fast. Yes, Gecko, that is fast. It wasn't a small knock either. Recently, I came home from a bad day of work. I'm in the bathroom downstairs sobbing, trying not to wake anybody asleep upstairs. I hear my daughter call out, "Mommy!" And from where she stood on the stairs, I assumed that I woke her up. Called her name a few times, she never answered. So I gathered myself and went upstairs to check on her. I assumed that she hadn't seen me in the bathroom and had just gone back up, but when I opened her door, she was open-mouthed snoring. I had already been curious about her calling out to me. She doesn't call me Mommy, and the voice was too high upon reflection. That was about a week ago, but it got me thinking about another off incident months before. I'd been asleep and was awoken by my child wanting to get in bed. This isn't super unusual, so I opened the blankets and motioned, I believe they think. So I opened the blankets and motioned for her to get in. When I woke up that morning, she wasn't at my bed. She had gone back to hers. Now this was super unusual. It takes an act of God to get this child to lay down. I dismissed it because I'd been drinking the night before. I just assumed that I'd fallen back asleep and she or my husband moved her. After hearing something call for me, I'm now scared the crackhead baby ghost slept with me. I know that sounds crazy, but I jest to myself, not so terrified, and for some less crazy news. My husband and I had one shared, definite audible experience that we can't explain, and the attic was partitioned off and empty. Can anybody give me any insight or tips on why this would start up after years of living here, and why it centers around me, or how to make it stop? I know how to make this stop. See ya. Enter the world of the supernatural with Paranormal M, where every story is a puzzle waiting to be solved. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications, and join us on our quest for the truth behind the unexplained. Get ready to be amazed. Ask Reddit. When my friend and I were teenagers, we used to play with a Ouija board in this historically haunted, popular town where we both worked. We'd just sit in the middle of the garden area, or in our car in one of the large parking lots. I trust her implicitly, and she trusts me, so neither of us would do something to mess with the other. And usually the board is just gibberish. We'd get bored and do something else. This one night, we're talking to a man named Alan. It was weirdly intense. I think we sat there for 2 hours just asking questions. But oddly not creeped out. I've had some creepy stuff occur using them when I was younger, like 13 or so, and I always got that gut-sinking feeling. But this time it felt happy and weird. Anyway, she kind of still has a curfew. We were 19 and in a local college, so both of us live at home. So we leave around 11 to get her home by 12. And about 30 or 40 minutes from this town, we stop in our nice, safe little area to get gas and drinks. That's before she has to get home. She's trailing behind me, and I walk in first to grab the drinks, and they're the ones by the door, and there's a nice-looking guy around our age, maybe up to really early 20s, and immediately comes up to me. Thought he worked there at first. He asks if I want to hang out and come to a party with him on the weekend. I'm kind of laughing and just saying, "No thanks, we're going away this weekend. We can't." Right as my friend walks in. I'm not an idiot and not going off to party with a stranger as a teen, but he's very nice and seems genuine, trying to get us to hang out with him, and, 2 hour, that's very nice, but no thank yous. He then finally says, "What if you guys change your mind? My name is Alan. You both know where I'll be." Smiles, stares at us for a few seconds, then walks out. My whole body shivered, and I looked back, and my friend's jaw is practically on the floor. Swing around to see where he is. Like stop him or keep talking or something, and he's just gone. There's a pretty open road in front of the store, and houses a bit back behind the gas station. But he went out toward the road, and the houses had fairly long open yards separating them from the store. Neither of us really say anything, yet we just go up to the guy working at the gas station to pay, and he has a weird look on his face and says, "Sorry if he was bothering you ladies." I didn't even hear him come in. The guy working there had walked out from the back about halfway through our short conversation when he heard the door open when I came in. At this point, I can tell my friend is in shock, and my mind's racing, so I just say forget it to the gas, pay for our drinks quickly, and get back in the car instead of pumping gas. We drove up and down the street, and then we had heard, or rather, we head to our house after a few minutes. But we couldn't see a man walking anywhere. It was dead outside. It was so weird. The whole time he spoke to us, it was like he knew us. He had this little smirk on his face, like he knew something that we didn't. It was so strange. I had gone my whole life not knowing anybody named Alan, spelled with an E or an A. And it's just a coincidence of that happening on the same night of the guy making a beeline to speak with us. It was so odd. But even more odd was the fact that I wasn't scared, and I usually am sensitive to weird stuff, and I'm definitely alert with strangers approaching me at night. So the fact that it was more of a can't believe this happened feeling and not a run for your life feeling was also strange. We talked about that for a while when we'd get on the subject of what do you believe in type supernatural stuff. The whole thing was so strange and still don't know what to make of it. Can anyone explain this? A couple of weeks ago I went camping with my boyfriend, my mom, and my mom's boyfriend. As soon as we got to the campsite, I felt as though something was off. I felt like I was a stranger entering someone else's home. Because of these feelings, neither me nor my boyfriend could sleep the 2 nights we spent there. The first night was weird. When my mom and I went to bed early, I swore I felt something touch the place underneath me. The camper we were in pops out on both ends. That's for 2 places to sleep that are a few feet off the ground. I also know it wasn't anybody I was with, because the guys were talking over the fire and about 10 yards away. My mom was on the opposite side of the camper. All throughout the night, I kept waking up with a feeling of dread. Then, as it was beginning to become lighter, I woke up to an alarm. It was crystal clear, and I could even feel the vibration from the phone. In fact, it was the Sencha alarm on iPhones. I almost got up to turn it off, but instead I decided to just try to ignore it and go back to sleep so I didn't wake everybody up. I was the only one awake at this point. Later, after we had all gotten up, we were getting ready for breakfast. I mentioned the alarm. My mom said something along the lines of, "What alarm?" Her and my boyfriend looked at me with confused expressions, and then I said, "What do you mean, what alarm?" You or him must have said it. I even picked up the sound I heard, but at that point they didn't believe me and looked at me like I was crazy. The rest of my time there was just feeling weird, and I just wanted to leave. I usually love the outdoors and the mountains. They feel like home to me. I don't know if anybody will ever read this, but I thought it was worth a shot, and try and reach. Consider yourself caught. My hearing aids can pick up ghost voices. So this weird thing has been happening. Just got my hearing aids fixed and adjusted. I've been wearing them all day. Then tonight around 1 a.m. I start hearing voices. It's mainly this really creepy woman's voice. Thought it was something else playing, like a YouTube video on a forgotten tab or something of the like, but it's not coming from my headphones or any noticeable location like a laptop or a phone. And the thing is, my hearing aids are an old model. They don't have Bluetooth capability, wireless links, nothing. All they do, and all they can do, is amplify the sounds in my environment. So where the heck is this creepy woman's voice coming from? It's really starting to freak me out. Has anybody heard of anything like this happening? Additional note. Whenever it happens, all other sounds cuts out, like the sounds of the fan or air conditioning, etc., and they suddenly just cut out. Very noticeably, because I can't hear those sounds without the hearing aids. And these sounds become replaced by absolute silence and this woman's voice. I know what happened to Marjorie West. It's been a few years since one of the craziest experiences I've ever had, and I think it's time to share it. I hadn't heard of this case before this experience, and I'm going to tell you about it. I feel like it's also important to note that I've never seen anything like this before, or since this incident. My friend, a 28-year-old female, and I, a 26-year-old female, were driving through the middle of farmland in northeastern Pennsylvania. We were listening to music, having a conversation about something totally normal. That's when all of a sudden I blurted out, "There's a dead body over there," looking across the field to the woods. I've absolutely no idea where that came from, and there was no thought before the words came out. The words just came out of my mouth. My friend looked at me incredulously, and she said, "What?" That's when I felt the goosebumps start on the back of my neck. They traveled up and around my head and down through my shoulders to the rest of my body. I could feel in that moment that someone was sitting in the middle of the back row of my car. Looked at my friend, we made eye contact, and I knew she felt this presence too. That's when the tears started. They flowed from my eyes quickly, and I know they weren't really my tears. Whoever was in the back seat was so scared and so incredibly sad, and I could feel it in my entire body. I said, "There's someone in the back seat," my friend said, "I know." We drove in silence for the next 5 minutes until we got back to the house. In the silence, I saw a flash of dirty strawberry blonde hair. It was curly, but the curls were loose and falling out. I saw a flash of dirty blue fabric. I didn't stop crying. When we got back to the house, we walked to the front porch. I was so shaken that I couldn't remember the code for the front door. I turned to look at my friend, and standing beside us was a little girl. She was small. I guessed 3 or 4. She had on a dirty light blue dress with frilly sleeves. Her hair was curly and strawberry blonde, but it was messy and dirty. I could only see one side of her face, but it was decomposing badly. I didn't take my eyes off this girl, and I said to my friend, "Do you see that too?" She said, "Yeah, I see her." I shut my eyes, turned around, and all I could do was repeat, "I don't want this, I don't want to see this," over and over. I finally unlocked the door and we stumbled inside. Both shook. My friend and I sat in the kitchen table in silence for a moment. Then we recounted everything that we saw and felt. We saw the same things. We felt the same things. As we were compiling details, I had an idea. I pulled up the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the NCMEC database on my phone. I entered Pennsylvania as the location, 3 to 5 for age missing, female, white, red hair. As I was scrolling, my friend said, "She went missing a long time ago, in the 30s, maybe 40s. So I added those parameters to the search. I continued to scroll and there weren't any results left. My friend said, "Her name starts with an M, and it's longer, an older name, maybe Margaret or..." That's when I found her profile, Marjorie. My friend lit up and said, "Yes!" Her name was Marjorie West. Showed her the picture of the girl that we just saw standing on the porch. Marjorie West was 4 years old when she went missing from White Gravel, Pennsylvania on May 8, 1938. I was a skeptic for most of my life. I guess I still am in most cases. But I've experienced things that I can't really explain away by logic. While I've felt presences before and since, Marjorie West is still to this day the only spirit I've ever seen. My friend has seen a few throughout her life, but more often she hears them. This is what Marjorie told her. Marjorie was taken by a bad man. She was scared, and she wanted her mom. We believe that bad man drove Marjorie across the state. He killed her and dumped her body in the woods in what was, and still kind of is, the middle of nowhere. Now this is what we told Marjorie. We told her we were sorry for what happened to her, and we told her that she could stay in my family's property. It's a peaceful place, and my friend and I felt each other's peaceful presences on the farm, so she wouldn't be alone anymore. It seems there are a few theories out there about what happened to Marjorie West. You may believe in the paranormal, you may not, but I know what we saw and what we felt, and I know what happened to Marjorie West. 2 odd experiences that I've had. I was hoping some of you all could shine some light on some situations I have found myself in. I'm a skeptical believer of these things, a doubting Thomas type. Never heard of that one. However, as a kid, I did used to see shadow people all the time, and I've heard strange things. Like what sounded like a parent's voice calling me from downstairs even though my parent was sitting right next to me upstairs. Apologies for grammar. It's okay. I'm on a mobile and I'm typing really fast. Sorry if this sounds fake. I swear it happened and I'm seriously curious about this. Sorry if this is the wrong flair. When I was in college a few years back, I had a strange encounter in my dorm room. My roommate was in the room as well. It was late and I was sleeping soundly. That's when I randomly woke up. I don't know why, but I sat up and at the foot of my bed in the pitch dark was a man. He was completely shadowy with glowing red eyes just sitting and staring at me. I remember locking eyes with him for a split second and giving a weak scream. I hid underneath my blankets. You know, because that'll protect you from supernatural entities. I waited a few moments before peeking out from beneath the blankets. He was still there, staring. I don't remember what happened after that. I just fell back asleep with my head underneath the blankets. My roommate said that she didn't hear me scream. Maybe hiding under the blankets does help. I talked to some of my friends about it. They said I must have been dreaming, but I don't think so. I mean, I felt wide awake after locking my eyes with that entity. My heart was racing so fast. What was that thing? Was it a hat man? Has anybody else experienced this? And should I be concerned? A few years later, this is completely unrelated by the way, I was visiting an old cemetery in Richmond, Virginia. I came across a grave, and it was covered evil eye necklaces, had rose quartz crystals and the like. I was intrigued, went to take a closer look. There was a jar at the foot of the grave with a picture of a lady inside and a bunch of broken mirror shards. I don't remember if I heard the whispering before or after I noticed the jar, but I remember hearing whispering near my ear, of like voices speaking rapidly. I was alone in this part of the cemetery, but my dumbass for some reason said, "Hello, anybody there?" And the whispering got closer for some reason. I don't ever touch things in cemeteries. Felt compelled to touch this jar though, and stranger still, despite how terrifying the situation was, I couldn't bring myself to feel afraid. My brain was screaming for me to run, but my heart and body were just perfectly calm. I had to force myself to run, and it felt like I was running in a dream. The grave had this magnetism to it, and the air felt pressurized. As I ran, my foot started hurting like I sprained it. Didn't stop hurting until I made it back to my car and drove home. You're writing even on your phone, fast. Still pretty good, man. Strange activities / missing items. I'll give an example starting with the very first occurrence, according to my mom. She says when I was a kid, she was in my room cleaning up toys from the day when all of a sudden she heard and felt a loud snap right in front of her face. And then suddenly a small purple plastic ring fell onto the floor in front of her. She explains that she not only saw it appear in front of her, but she felt the puff of air from it appearing when she looked around and there wasn't anybody, or anywhere where it could have fallen from. My mother's an atheist and has always been a big science buff, but even she admits she can't explain this. The second occurrence is when my mother saw a full-body apparition walk into my sister's room. She thought it was my dad and walked over to say hi, but when she got there, it was only my sister playing in a room by herself. My mom asked her if somebody had walked in, to which she replied no. Nobody had been there, walked in at all. Strange. The third occurrence is where things start to get really weird. Way later on in life, when me and my sister are now about teenagers, we're in our final years of trick-or-treating. We were getting ready to head out the door when my sister looked at our fish tank and asked, "Hey, where's our fish midnight?" They looked all around the tank and literally couldn't find this dang fish. In the end, we decided to just do our stuff for the night and look for her the next day. We honestly figured she was just hiding somewhere. She was a decent-sized fish, a black moor goldfish in a larger tank than a golf ball, but still capable of ducking behind things and going inside apparatuses in the tank. The next day we decided to clean the whole tank and carefully removed all of our living fish and cleaned the tank top to bottom. No fish, no bones either. This was very perplexing. It's also worth mentioning that we have 2 dogs, and our next immediate fear was perhaps she jumped out of the tank and they ate her. This really wasn't possible though, as the water in the tank was too low, and it had a lid on top of it. There was no space except for the small crack where the filter was. And so to check, we pulled the shelf that the tank sat on away from the wall, and there wasn't anything behind it either. I'm not kidding when I say we searched everywhere for this fish. She's literally missing, just gone all of a sudden. The fourth occurrence, and sort of most of the others fall in line with the third one where things go randomly missing. My sister and I had some chocolates for Valentine's Day given to us by our parents as a small gift. It was before school, so we decided to just leave them at home and eat them when we got back. My parents both work away from home, so the first time anybody had been home that day was when my dad picked me and my sister up from school and brought us home. When we got back, the lid was still on perfectly, and she left it before, but when she opened it, 3 of the 5 were missing. She hadn't eaten any before school, and nobody was home after she left. Everybody knew that they were hers, and also knew not to touch them. It was just sort of unspoken, I don't know. But also, nobody was home. So who ate the chocolate and where'd they go? The fifth occurrence is pretty much the same as the last 2. My sister was looking for her glasses, couldn't find them in the house, and according to her, she'd set them down on the desk just minutes ago. Then looked back and they were gone. We searched high and low, and we finally were just kind of relenting, and guess she'd left them in the car or something like that. The first time I went to check, I saw nothing in the car. I checked everything. Glove compartment, little nooks and crannies in the car, everywhere. My eyes scanned every inch of that car. After a few hours of still not finding them, my sister decides she's going to check the car one last time. First of all, they were there, and second of all, they were sitting in the middle of the passenger seat like they'd been placed there. There's absolutely no way I searched that whole car and didn't see them sitting right there on that seat. I'm so certain of this. The sixth and final occurrence I'm going to talk about happened to my father. He says he was sweeping the garage and he set the dustpan down on a ledge to pick up a stray penny on the ground. When he bent back up, the dustpan was gone. He searched the entire garage and it was nowhere to be found. A giant bright white dustpan that snaps into a broom. How does that go missing? He's adamant that all he did was set it down and bend over to pick something up. He didn't throw it away or do anything weird or put it in a strange place. All he did was set it down for a second so he could pick it back up when he stood again. But alas, it was totally gone. Many more occurrences have happened, very similar to the last 4. Things go missing in our home all the time. We aren't really sure where they go. I've had a few friends say that it sounds like the Fae playing a prank on us. But if that's the case, what was the full-body apparition my mom saw? And if ghosts or spirits aren't corporeal enough to genuinely steal things, then what was this? We've just started referring to it as the void, because our stuff sometimes gets returned to us. But other times it just goes missing forever and we never get it back. It just simply falls into the void. I've been holding on to these stories forever because I genuinely think people might assume we're having some sort of shared delusion or something. We're not. We're all very rational, logical science people, but this is downright strange. I'm curious to see what other people have to say. I know this is long, and I thank whoever took the time to read this. You're welcome. I want answers, even if they're supernatural ones. Have a lovely day. I want some thoughts about something that happened the spring before last. This happened to me in the spring of 2022. I shared it around with friends and family, but I haven't been on Reddit in a while. Forgot about this community until now. Growing up, I always believed in the paranormal and the supernatural, but all of my experiences, except for a few, could just be chalked up to my imagination. In recent years, while I still do believe in ghosts, like I said, I didn't have experiences to myself. Starting to realize that a lot of the things I saw in my family's house when I was a kid was just simple stuff, like thinking dust in my eyes was ghost orbs. Stupid, I know. In this story, I'm going to be frank with you. This happened about 1.5 years ago. The details can change as I share the story again and again, so I want to be clear with what I know as a fact, and what I kind of remember happening. But it could also be a false memory that exaggerates the story. I want to be completely honest about the fact that I don't remember this all perfectly. Also, I don't care if you don't believe me. This was enough evidence to make me 100% believe in ghosts. And I don't care if people think I'm lying. But I am very interested if there is a way to debunk this or a different line of thinking that I didn't yet think about. Thank you. Back in the spring of 2022, I was alone in my college dorm. I was doing some homework. That's when I heard a noise, which caused me to look at the door and take my AirPod out. I both heard and saw, I might not have actually seen it though, the doorknob on my door rattling. I ran to it, peeked out the peephole into the hallway of the dorm where I didn't see anyone. At this point, I honestly just thought it was a friend of my roommate trying to be funny and not really, realizing that he was home at the time. Went back to my homework, and the entire quick encounter, like not even 5 seconds long, left my thoughts. That evening, I drove an hour back to my parents' home for family dinner. I had a great time. After dinner, we were all around the couch. I was chatting with my siblings. I happened to be situated in front of the front door, and the doorknob started to rattle. Something that I could both see and hear. Family was laughing, having fun. I started yelling as if somebody could hear it. And they could. After a few seconds, it stopped. I opened the door and looked outside. No one was there, which isn't surprising for a suburban street at like 8 at night. I went back to talking with my family. Usually when you yell, somebody can hear it. A little bit confused, but moving on. I still don't think I even remembered the earlier encounter until after a lot of family left. I got totally freaked out. Not only was there a ghost, but it had followed me from my college to my parents' house an hour drive away. That night I was staying with my parents there. I was properly terrified laying in my bed, and I will be completely honest and say the next part may have been of a dream. I was very tired, but I wanted to say it because in my memory it actually happened. I had a bedside lamp on, and it was moving to go turn it off to fall asleep. I turned it off and I got like 6 inches away. I then did the child thing of getting fully under the covers and going to sleep. Abrupt ending. Possibly a skinwalker. I'm not really sure what I saw that night. So I had an incident around 12 hours ago. Oops, years. 12 years ago. I was with an old buddy of mine in his old community. The community, I believe, was an Indian reservation. It was nighttime. We went for a walk down dirt road. The whole community was a trailer park home area, except for a few houses there. As we walked down the road, we came near this one house with an outside light on that had chickens and dogs. Mind you, my buddies knew to this area pretty well. As we were walking, we heard the dogs making weird noises, and from what he said, after we heard the noise, my buddy looked at me and told me to run back to his house. So of course I ran with him. As we were running, I stopped running out of shock. Shock from what I had seen right in front of me. It was a dark, cloaked figure with a long black hair. A mask like a samurai face. Yes, like those masks they have with the long teeth sticking out of their mouth, but it was an actual face. It was staring straight at me. I was so damn scared I couldn't move. And this lasted 5 seconds and it floated into the woods. Yes, it wasn't standing on the ground. It was floating. I remember this event with every single small detail after all these years. And no, I wasn't high on anything or drunk. I was completely sober and terrified. If anybody has an idea on what I saw that night, I would really appreciate it. Please don't comment if you're going to be messed up. I'm very serious about this. And I'm just looking for answers. A random one-off encounter. In the summer of 2021, during the height of the COVID-19 mess, I decided to build a garage and workshop at the bottom of the garden. I hired a mini digger to dig most of the footings out, ready for the concrete pour. I remember my son, who was almost 13 at the time, and was helping me prepare the footings. Found some old lady's cosmetics in the trench that we had dug. We were pretty surprised, and they were in good condition, which I remember thinking was an odd find, especially as I'd lived in the house since 2011, and it was my father's house before that, and he had lived there alone since '86. Anyway, I enlisted the help of a friend to help with the pour and leveling out of the concrete. We finished. I quickly dropped him off at his place and returned back home to find my son mopping the kitchen dining room floor as we had made a bit of a mess going back and forth through the garden. I paused for a minute. I wanted to take in how much of a help he'd been all morning. It's usually hard getting him off his Xbox. I said to him, "Shall we have a cup of tea and some leftover birthday cake?" as it had been my birthday a few days earlier. While we were waiting for the kettle to boil, we began eating the cake and having a little joke how his slice was bigger than mine. Then suddenly his face dropped from one of laughter to one of complete shock and horror. He even spat out the cake that was in his mouth, and he was looking toward the patio doors and the garden beyond, which obviously made me look too. Seeing nothing, I asked my son what's the matter. He slowly raised his finger, pointing at the open patio door. It was like he tried to speak, but couldn't. I said to him, "There's nothing there," at which point his face dropped even more. Then he shouted, "It's gone upstairs." The stairway runs from the kitchen/diner to the first floor. Then almost immediately afterwards, he starts windmill punching what seems to be nothing but thin air. My mind was working overtime and coming up with answers. All I could think to do was pick up my son and take him to the living room, place him on the couch, and sit him down next to me. He immediately frantically picked up the couch throw and pulled it over his face while sobbing. Thought he was going to throw the couch. Every corner of the room pulled it back over his head. At one point he shouted, "It's there, right in front of you." Again, I couldn't see anything, kept saying, "It's got no eyes, but it can see me." With the throw covering his head, he put his hands over his ears and kept shouting, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up," over and over. I said, "I'm not saying anything." And he replied, "I'm not talking to you." He then asked me where I was, because there was somebody sat on either side of him. I confirmed that I was sat to his right, and I held his hand. A few seconds later, he shouted, "It's got my leg!" My son's left leg shot up into the air, and I grabbed him by the waist. Had to use all my strength to keep hold of him. It was at this point I became convinced that there was something there that I couldn't see. This jostling lasted about 10 seconds or so before my son was let go. I reached for my phone from the coffee table to call my older brother who lives nearby, and it was the most religious of our immediate family. I felt like it was slapped out of my hand and slid across the room. I retrieved it and made the call to my brother, asking him to come around immediately. Quickly explained what was going on. My son had resumed covering his face with a throw, covering his ears, and continued repeatedly saying things like, "Shut up and no. It's not true." Just as I heard my brother's car pull up outside, my son pulled the throw away from his face and said with some relief that he's going now. He's gone. After everything had calmed down, I asked my son what it was saying to him. He wouldn't tell me initially, but when I wasn't in the room, he told his uncle. Apparently it was talking about me, saying that I was a bad father and I wasn't his real dad. And that he was indeed his real dad. My son, unsurprisingly, later spent the evening at his mother's, who lives on the other side of town. But later that night, as I was in bed, I received loads of texts and calls from him saying that the thing was back and he could hear it. He was terrified on the phone, but there wasn't much I could do at the time to try to reassure him. Me and his mother had been estranged for years. I received a bit of abuse from her on the phone as I was forced to call her and ask her to go upstairs to check on her son that was calling me, asking for help in a situation where I couldn't. Thankfully, after that, we haven't had any repeat ghostly drama. Me and my son have talked about it in the months following, and he's gotten older. He won't be drawn into conversation about it, but I am convinced that we disturbed something during the excavation works that led to this terrible episode. What did I see? So I've always been seeing strange things, and I've been drawn to the paranormal. I never investigated it too much because of watching the shows. I knew I saw things differently, though. My daughter and I had to go take care of her at her home because she was so sick. She was getting up there. We were supposed to stay for 6 months. I know people won't believe me and think I'm lying, but I don't care. My papa died in mid-2000s. He stays there. It's never bothered me because I know him, and the worst-case basis, I'll sort of have him pulling on my toe while I'm sleeping. One night while my daughter and I were sleeping in the same bed, I wasn't quite asleep yet. I was trying to get there. The door to our room opened up, and I had immediate chills, and I was scared. It was not something I feel a lot, even with the strange things I see full-on live and in-person creatures. He looked like a cross between a skeleton and an alien, but with like neon flames coming off of his arms and skull. I apologize, I'm not a writer. I'm describing it the best I can. I was so terrified I couldn't move, and I'm embarrassed too because I was so scared that I didn't know how to save my kid. Pulled the covers over my head and hid like a toddler. I could still see him in my mind, though. After what felt like 15 minutes, but was probably 30 seconds, it left. I've never seen it again, and I had to leave my mom's house and arrange different care. I couldn't stay there anymore. Does anybody know what it could be that I've seen? Stuck between elemental or alien. I get skeptics who'll come for me, but it took a lot for me to write this because I know what I'll get in return. It was just honestly the most terrifying moment of my life, and I've been through some shit. Please help me. I've been having sleep paralysis issues for a long time, like since I was little. I would often have nightmares that led to sleep paralysis. I don't think my sleep paralysis is a normal kind. Like I think something paranormal is why this is happening to me. When I search the things I've experienced on Google, nothing really pops up that's useful. So I've decided after waking from yet another experience, I think it was the most horrifying experience I've ever had, I was going to post it on Reddit. Try to get some answers since you guys seem to know everything. This all started when I was about 5. I was playing dress-up alone in my room. Then suddenly my soccer ball rolled out of my closet. Picked it up, went to put it back, walked into my closet and put it on the shelf where it was previously. When I walked out, I went back to playing, but in the corner of my eye, I noticed something strange. I turned to look at it, and it was a pitch-black, tall and skinny humanoid figure. It was hunched a bit because it was too tall to stand up all the way. It was just stood there menacingly. After some seconds of us just staring at each other, I guess it just hit my 5-year-old mind that this thing isn't supposed to be here. I quickly ran out of my room and ran into my older brother's room and stayed there. At least until it was my bedtime. Then he forced me back into my room. I laid there, trying not to fall asleep. I was so scared of that thing. But eventually I did end up falling asleep, and when I fell asleep, I had a dream I don't remember. But I remember waking up terrified. I was so scared I went into my parents' bathroom and slept in the bathtub. My parents weren't home at this time. They were away for a few days. I don't remember where they went. Ever since then, I've been having nightmares and sleep paralysis. But the odd thing is, I only have the nightmares and sleep paralysis when I sleep in my bedroom. When I sleep anywhere else, like the couch, my parents' room, the guest room, and my brother's room, it doesn't happen. When I have these nightmares, they take place usually in a darker version of my bedroom, and it's like I'm stuck in one place and I can't move. I also see that thing I saw, the black figure. It just stares at me until I wake up and have sleep paralysis. When I have sleep paralysis, I'm unable to move at all, and that includes opening my eyes. Like I'll try to open my eyes, but I can't, and I'll feel a weight on my back. I sleep in my stomach. I'll hear a voice whispering, but I'm never able to understand what it's saying. I'll also hear what sounds like a broken music box. It'll be playing on repeat, but it sounds old and broken. I'm also able to feel something touching me, like scratching or pinching or choking or even stabbing. It's like someone is wrapping their hands around my neck and trying to choke me. When it's stabbing, it feels like something's trying to cut my neck open or shoving an object into my neck. Whenever it happens, it always tries to hurt my neck like that's the only place it goes after. Today, as I'm writing this, I've had the most terrifying experience with nightmares and sleep paralysis. I just got done studying and decided that I was going to take a nap. Originally, I planned to sleep in the guest room since I've been sleeping there for about a year now due to my sleep paralysis. My parents wouldn't allow me to, said I needed to get over whatever fear I have of my bedroom. I tried to nap on the couch instead, but again they wouldn't let me. So I went into my room, tried to sleep, and eventually I did fall asleep. I experienced the most terrifying thing ever. I woke up in a dream, and I could immediately tell that it was a dream. It's never happened to me before. I was in a dark room that looked like my bedroom. I heard growling sounds. I was trying to wake myself up, but the growling sounds just got louder until I woke up. And when I woke up, I realized I was having sleep paralysis and got scared. I heard that broken music box again playing, and it felt like I was about to cry. I felt that same weight of something sitting on my back and hands wrapped around my neck and starting to choke me. I also heard a voice, but it wasn't the same whispering voice. It was screaming at me, saying it was going to kill me and that I wasn't welcome here. I needed to leave. This went on for over a minute, or usually it lasts 20 or 30 seconds. Never happened for this long before. When I finally was able to move, I got up and ran to the guest room immediately and started crying. I really don't know what to do, and I've tried explaining it to my parents, but they don't believe me. They think I'm making it up for attention. The only one who believes me is my brother. He slept in my room once just to see if the same thing would happen to him while I slept in the guest room. And as expected, it happened to him too. At this point, it's official. My room is being haunted by some demon. Like, what do I do? After this, I'm never stepping foot in that room unless that's absolutely needed, and I'm never sleeping in there ever. My brother offered to help me move my stuff into the guest room this weekend, which I'm thankful for, but the only issue is convincing my parents to let us. My grandpa left a message on our mailbox after he passed. So my grandpa died in the beginning of September, and due to past events, my mother didn't have much contact with him. He was still calling me every now and then, catching up about how I'm doing. I hadn't seen him in over 2 years due to COVID and the strict rules from the nursery home that he was in, which I still feel bad about. Not your fault. I was the only person that he was most proud of. Same day we went to see him one last time. First strange thing to happen is my mother woke up in the middle of the night, 7 hours before his death. Thought about him. She was sending me pictures saying how we look alike. Fast forward to November at his funeral. I was lowering the urn in the grave and it started raining. But it only rained in about a 5-meter radius around his grave for about a minute, nowhere else. With that all being already odd, one day after his funeral there was a voicemail left on our mailbox. It didn't show a number, just that there was a voicemail left at around 7 p.m. the day after my urn was buried. My mom played it and couldn't believe her ears. It was the voice of my grandpa. He said, "Hello, Anna," my mother. "You don't have to call me anymore, I'm already in bed. Goodbye and until tomorrow." We know it was him, it was his raspy voice, the sounds he was doing, everything sounds so real. His voice sounded tired, like he was going to rest. Really can't wrap my head around what happened, but it was so beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time to hear him say goodbye. I saw a white ball of light burst right next to me. No clue how to explain this. I live in a house with a 2 garage door. Both are attached to each other, divided only by a brick column. One is large and fits 2 cars, and the other is a small single car. My cousin often comes over at night. We'll pull up 2 chairs in front of the closed 2-car garage door. We leave the small 1-car garage door open to go inside to access the garage interior, or go back into the house. My house is on a cul-de-sac. It's about 11 p.m. and it's pretty dark as all the neighbors have gone to bed and there really isn't a street lamp. Nonetheless, cousin and I love sitting in the driveway chilling and talking in the dark in front of the closed garage. We've had a running joke in my family that my house is haunted. There's been a lot of weird encounters, like my older sister seeing a woman in white sitting on the steps, my dog refusing to go upstairs and staring at the same spot on the steps, and other weird but probably easily explainable things like the doors shutting on their own. Nonetheless, this running joke has existed for years. On this night, my cousin and I were talking about the paranormal, and that's when we mentioned the joke about my house being haunted. That exact moment it sounded like something crashed into the garage door. It wasn't like something fell inside the garage, but like a chair was literally thrown at the interior garage door. Frozen for a few minutes, myself and my cousin plucked up the courage and went in to investigate the garage. The lights were off inside, which made it even creepier, but we flashed our phone flashlights. Everything was in order. Nothing had fell or moved. We went back outside to sit in our chairs, by this point very creeped out, mind you. Now this is when things get even weirder. As I stated, the large garage door is closed and we're sitting in front of it, the small garage door is open, and this is what we've been using to access the inside of the garage, like I said. About 2 minutes after we sat back down, in the pitch black opening of the small garage door, a ball of light burst through. My cousin and I were petrified. We both have no clue how to explain this. There's nobody else awake and there was no light sources in the vicinity. It was a pitch black night and my garage and house lights were off. Till this day, I have no clue how to explain a white ball of light bursting less than a few feet away from me. Anybody have an explanation for this? Ask Reddit. I live in a house that only has a master bedroom, a smaller bedroom, and a small bathroom at the top of the stairs. The 2 bedroom doors face each other, maybe 7 or 8 feet apart. I'm the only one who lives on the top floor. Everyone else stays on the ground floor. I always got a weird vibe from the bedroom across from mine, so I always keep the door shut. One day about 2 years ago, I had come home from college at the time. I decided to take a nap. I remember laying down and falling asleep rather quickly, but something felt wrong. I sat up and noticed that the door to my bedroom was open. The door to the guest bedroom was also open. I watched the doorway for a moment like I was waiting for something. I didn't even know what I was waiting for, so I waited, and surely enough, this thing bent itself down to look back at me through the guest bedroom doorway. It was tall, way too tall for the size of the room. I only remember it having antlers and being very dark and shadowy in form. Also its eyes. Its eyes were very muted red tone and flat, like there was no other shape or features of its face. I felt like it wanted to come into my room, but for whatever reason it couldn't, and it was pissed about it. We never exchanged anything verbal, but I remember calmly looking at it and reminding it that it was not welcome in my room, much less my house. I knew it was just waiting for an opportunity where my guard was down. And then I woke up. Both the doors were closed, everything was fine. I was spooked to hell and back. Burnt so much incense I thought I was going to smoke out my entire family. Haven't seen or dreamt of it since, but lots of guests I've brought into the house do not like that room. Whatever it was, I hope it's gone for good. Tattoo Studio Haunting. David the Piano Man. I've been wanting to share my experience for a while. I own a tattoo studio, which is ground floor of a 6-story building. We have a staircase in our area that goes to our kitchenette and bathroom. The bathroom has a small closet in it. It's just used for old furniture. The building was built in the early 1910s, and there were buildings there before, which were demolished. We've been there for just over 3 years, and so many things have happened. I am an avid believer in the paranormal, and things I've seen are amazing. The building was home to a piano company, and had one of the biggest reinforced steel beams in our city, as the pianos were held on the first floor. Weird, right? Not really. When we first moved in, I got a horrible vibe from upstairs, our bathroom and kitchenette area. I always felt eyes on me, and that I was intruding. Our fuse box is at the bottom of the stairs, and when my husband was getting it turned on, just using his phone torch, he saw shadows darting across the top of the stairs. Fast forward to a month into opening. I saw a man standing at the top of the stairs. He was wearing a top hat, a suit, and had a mustache, probably about 60 years old. He was there like an almost shadow mist and then disappeared. I didn't get any horrible feeling from him, just that he was watching. Going back to the bathroom closet, there's always a presence in there. One day I had finished in the bathroom, went to close the door when I saw a little boy who had a pesky blinder's hat. He had shorts and a tartan shirt on. He giggled, ran away, and disappeared. I ran very fast down those stairs. We have things like pens being thrown across the studio, unexplained noises and footsteps. We had a new person start at the studio, and she asked how much history we knew about the building. I said I knew about it being a piano company and about the steel beam, but that was about it. She did some searching, pulled up an image of the worker who ran the piano company, and golly gosh, it was him. The man I saw at the top of the stairs, it was through and through exactly him, down to the way his mustache sat and what he was wearing. Absolutely crazy. His name's David, so I guess now we have someone to address if we hear or see anything. Things have started to get worse. with shadows being seen downstairs, reflections in the mirrors, cupboards opening, and more sounds being heard upstairs. I don't believe we're in harm's way and are always respectful to David and whomever else is upstairs. Thinking about installing a camera in our kitchen area, but I'm also quite scared to do so. David the Piano Man keeps coming back. Light being. Did I see Jesus, an angel, or E.T.? This happened at my family's house in Peru when I was 16 years old. I'm 40 now. Before I went to bed, I remember saying to myself it would be amazing to see God. It was just a quick thought. I didn't focus or obsess on this. I was just a regular 16-year-old. That night, I had an apocalyptic dream. I'm not religious in any sense and hardly even know much about religion or spirituality back then. In my dream, I was with my dad and several strangers on a boat waiting for the end of the world. We told ourselves it had something to do with the sun. We looked up at the sky while slowly rowing. The sun started growing and growing massively. It almost looked like it was going to pop, and everything in my peripheral became brighter and brighter and hotter until the end. I woke up to a completely dark black room. It was about 4 a.m., not even an inkling of light. When I looked to my side, I saw this being of light observing me. I looked at his face. I suddenly screamed in fear, and as I did that, I saw his mouth open in terror as well. He looked scared or surprised, and he levitated a bit off the ground. I quickly turned on the light and turned it back off again. He was gone. I couldn't believe the look of fright that being had when I noticed him watching me. It felt like he was one showing me that dream about the end of the world. Maybe he wanted to communicate with me, but I cut it off. The being looked like pure light, similar to a hologram of whitish-bluish light. He was wearing a robe, from what I could tell, had long blonde or brown hair and a beard. I kept this experience to myself, and I've never told anybody about this. Does anybody have any ideas what that was? I've thought about it throughout the years, and I think I'm mature enough to try and communicate with him if I ever see him again. I was just a kid the first time. Anyway, any thoughts or advice on what this could be would be greatly appreciated. My encounters with a dark entity. I've only really talked with my mom and one friend about this. I'm 24 now, but the first thing that ever happened was when I was in 7th grade. I was at school, and my friend saw these scrapes on my upper arm. I didn't even notice them before. It was 3 lines, perfectly the same length and width. It looked like a deep cut, but you couldn't feel anything at all on my skin. My friend said something like, "That's some evil shit," or something. I went home, and later that night I ended up crying and freaking out to my mom after driving through Google searches telling me it's a demon scratching at my soul. Time goes on, and it's forgotten about for the most part. Moved to a new house across town, and just a few years later the same 3 scratches appear on my hands. Yet somewhere different, but it was the exact same scenario. Freak out a little again, and same as before, time passes. Now what I'm about to say is hard for me to even just type out on my phone. It's tough. Sometime around my freshman year of high school, I was taking a shower at my house. I was the only person home. Bathroom door was locked, nobody but me. It was a hot shower. There's a lot of steam. I get out of the shower and I see the mirror above the sink and get the living shit scared out of me. What I see is a large empty hourglass with complex drawings all around the outside edge of it. Every single line was so perfectly straight and no lines crossed over each other. It looked as if an artist had been working on this and I was in the shower. Can't remember what the images around the hourglass looked like, but it was maybe comparable to Mandarin Chinese in its form. I sat in the bathroom and stared at this for a while, eventually wiped it off. This experience, especially the mirror part, is still haunting my thoughts. And I don't know if I'll ever get a straight answer that makes complete sense. But it's so true that spirits, ghosts, and entities, whatever you call them, are so real. The mirror images I saw was the last experience I had along those lines. I know hourglasses symbolize time and death, and that's really about it from my knowledge. Another thing to add is that my mom told me just recently that the night I got those first scratches, she said the day before she found some creepy dead animal in the backyard that she couldn't even tell what it was. The one friend I told all this to came up with the idea that the demon was haunting me died while I was in that shower, and the hourglass, her images in the mirror, was what was left of it. Emotional attachment. This happened to me when I was about 13. I was with my native side of the family learning about the spiritual past of the family. That's when I felt this major gut feeling. We were outside in the back patio and it was getting pretty dark as we were out there for a while. I could feel something standing on the other side of the fence behind where I was sitting. The feeling got worse to the point I started to feel nauseous. Out of nowhere, genuinely within a split second, I started sobbing, like scream crying. I always pictured the spirit as a woman. Felt like a woman's pain and yearning. I don't know why, it's just been, what's been shown to me. I was a little on edge beforehand, but not nearly to the point of bursting out in painful emotion like that. Especially in front of people with no trigger. I had no idea what was happening and they brought me inside. I was with my 34-year-old cousins and, gave me one of my late aunt's old stuffed animals. The second I held it, it stopped. I've always had a very strong connection to her, and I hadn't even known it was hers until afterwards. When they gave it to me even, I thought, really? A stuffed animal? I've always been sensitive to energy, especially as a child, but that's the most it's ever attached to me, by far. They, my cousins, they talked about it with me and they told me that they felt it outside the fence too, before I even told them I felt something there. They just didn't want to scare me. Later they had told me they had a salt ring around the property, which would make sense as to why I felt it directly on the other side of the fence rather than any closer. They had explained to me that empaths are like a bright light shining in the dark space, draws things to you. When a spirit has that much hurt, that much emotion, and no way to express it in the physical realm, they pass it on to you. Never really found anything to explain it, but I also know how I felt, and there were too many confirmations that it wasn't just in my head. Weird encounter on a website. Probably not paranormal. Let's find out. So I know that it's probably not paranormal, but more strange, weird, or odd. I just thought that it'd be nice to share this information because I don't really know what to think of it. I got pretty spooked out. To add some context, and it's going to be quite cringe, I'm sorry, I was 11 or 12 at my friend's house after school. We used to love creepypasta and always joked about it, and we thought, oh, LOL, let's have a little chat with Ben drowned on Cleverbot, haha. We knew it wasn't real, we were just annoying trolls and were so bored we wanted to do something thrilling. But we're not accepting anything, really. It was just a random Friday before weekend. But it also was snack time, so my friend made herself a sandwich while I started to chat. So if anybody knows about the Cleverbot hype, it's so easy to get weird answers from the bot that's related to the creepy pasta, like, I'm Ben, you shouldn't have done that, typical stuff. When my friend got back with her snack, the next text from the bot is your friend enjoying her sandwich? Or something along those lines. But it specifically mentioned my friend and her eating a sandwich. We jumped out of our seats, we thought that we got hacked or something, we tried to dig deeper but never said anything funky again. The Ben drowned communicating from Cleverbot thing is clearly just an internet legend, but boy, to this day we don't know what happened. I wish I took a picture, but at this moment my skeleton jumped out of its body. Encounters in bed when you're not asleep. I've had a number of things happen, especially since my cancer diagnosis. I'm not taking any hallucinogens and I'm not half asleep when things happen. I'm definitely awake just in bed. I've had my foot grabbed a couple of times, hearing someone walk around her bed when my husband is either asleep next to me or in the bathroom across the hall. I've had words come into my mind through voices which aren't mine. The other night I was thinking to myself and heard the words, "Tell Catherine," in a man's voice. Then 1979 popped into my head, and 2 years ago my mind interpreted as he was born in 1979 and died 2 years ago. I've also seen a figure of a young adult male I didn't recognize standing beside my sleeping husband before disappearing a second later. Now and then I get very vivid dreams from having a full catch-up with my deceased loved ones, although this has only happened twice. I'm interested to know if others have had similar experiences. These are usually around 3 a.m. and the grabs and walking at 6 a.m. Can you help me with this? I don't know what to think. So basically I have Tourette's, as does my dad. I have a specific tic that goes like, "Jack what?" which is fine since I can't control it. My dad and mom left for work and my little brother just got picked up for his taxi for school. I just finished washing my hands when this happened. I ticked the "Jack what?" tick, and my dad just stood on the stairs and said, "Another Jack what day?" And I almost screamed. I didn't because my dad's really good at sneaking up on me, but I would have heard the back door open. We don't use the front door because it's too much of a bother to unlock it. But the thing that weirded me out was that since my dad has Tourette's, he knows that I don't like people commenting on it and vice versa. So he never talks about it. He was really smiley and stuff, but my dad doesn't smile that much unless my mom or my siblings do something smile-worthy. It felt really weird, uneasy around him at that moment, so I told him I was going to go to the toilet. I sat there for about 2 minutes before opening the door again, and he was gone. Our stairs are really creaky, so you'd be able to hear him leave. I'm writing this in my room, and it happened about 10 minutes ago or some shit. I'll provide a screenshot of me asking my mom if her dad, they were at work. For a while after I saw the thing that was obviously not my dad, I stayed in my room for about half an hour, and I was on a call with my friend. I didn't feel safe. After the time I spent in my room, I had to leave the house to get a haircut, and luckily enough, my dad's a hairdresser. I told him about my experience and asked him if he felt anything while it happened. He shrugged, and I decided to say something completely stupid to which he held absolutely no purpose. My dad has a horrible sense of humor, remember this. As in, not dad jokes, but as an example, I have possible Gilbert syndrome or symptoms of jaundice, so I'm a literal Simpson most of the time. So he points out yellow stuff and then points at me. So I said, "It even had your hat and everything," which literally meant nothing. He replied with, "Couldn't have been my hat, I was wearing it." Then he laughed. So the main reason I'm writing this is because something happened again. Right now as I'm writing this, I'm watching TV and I'm on my bed, and it's 7:33 a.m. My dad's asleep, so is my mom and my siblings. I know this because literally 2 minutes ago while writing this, I was making breakfast and checked on everyone. Before I toughed it out and went to make food because I was hungry AF, there was scratching at my bedroom door and knocking. It said something like "Wiki." My morning alarm is clearly jealous of the thing I have with my bed, and laughed. Didn't sound like my dad's laugh, but it sounded like an absolute crappy version of his voice, just like it did the last time. I didn't reply. I'm so glad I have a lock on the inside of my bedroom door, because if I didn't, I think it would have got in. Stayed silent for a while until now, and it's 7:45 and it knocked again. I'm really scared, so I'm just messaging my friends about it. Just something to lighten the mood. The conversation between me and my friend. Me: "Hi, you up?" Friend: "No, I'm asleep." Me: "Okay, well, you believe in ghosts, right?" Friend: "Are you hearing stuff again?" which I find very funny since we snap each other and write the words and pictures and we both look tired AF. Help/advice would be much appreciated. Heart emoji. I like the idea of a hairdresser with Tourette's. Don't take it the wrong way, I just like that. See ya. Greetings, fellow truth seekers. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to the unexplained. Don't miss out on our latest discoveries. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay ahead of the mystery curve. Enjoy the journey. I think I died twice when I was a child. Yesterday I was on a school trip to Kozani, Greece. There was 4 of us in a car. Me, V, Z, and E. That's when the topic of conversation went to car crashes, seatbelts, and speed. Since my classmates are a bit older than me, I remember when seatbelts weren't compulsory. When these memories came to the front of my mind while always in the back. But I always knew they didn't make sense. The first memory is one I've always thought that it was a dream. But I have it in 2 different versions in my head. The memory goes as such. I'm little, age maybe 4 or 5 years old, and I'm in my parents' car. I'm sitting between my paternal grandma and my paternal aunt. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt because at the time we didn't know the car had a 3rd seatbelt buried in the seats. We figured it out later though. We were driving pretty normally until a police car got in front of us and drove at high speed. We kept our distance till the police car abruptly stopped and we smashed into it. That's where the memory splits in half. In one memory, I'm about to fly into the windshield, but my grandma holds me back and I only hit my ear on the pillow of the front seat. The other memory that I really thought I dreamt of was me going through the windshield and laying on top of the car, and then from an out-of-body perspective, I saw myself, who had her eyes open staring up, blood coming out of her ears. I saw the police officers that we crashed into come out and rush to see what they did, and my mom and dad on the other side of the road sobbing. I remember thinking that I didn't like hearing my mom cry. I wanted to go back. So I floated toward my body, and the next thing I knew I was blinking because somebody was shaking me. I realized that I'm in my bed and Dad's waking me up for the trip. I threw a tantrum refusing to go into the car, and I demanded that my booster seat be in the car instead of not taking it with us. Mom and Dad tried to place my booster seat in the middle of the back seat, and that's how they figured out the 3rd seatbelt. Seeing the 3rd seatbelt and my booster seat installed, I calmly climbed into the car. I wiped my tears. I started playing with my stuffed monkey. Throughout the trip, I didn't let go of my grandma's hand or the stuffed monkey. And I stared through the windshield so intensely that Dad found it out and asked me why I was being so weird. I told him I had a bad dream of me dying because of the police car. Dad was about to say that there was no police car when the police car appeared. I begged Dad to take a different exit. My begging and crying woke Mom up and asked what happened. She was clued in now. Dad, sighing and shaking his head, tells me that the 2nd exit will make our trip longer, so I better hold my pee. Unfortunately, we met the police car at the 2nd stoplight after taking exit 2. We crashed. I hit my ear in the pillow of the front seat, but Grandma had a semi-firm hold of me. The belt did its job to a good extent. But I didn't die this time. Now, whenever I recall this event with my family, they all say that I didn't hurt my ear much, that just kind of bumped it. Grandma held me in place. The 3rd seatbelt was discovered by us and the police on scene as we were stopped and gave our statements. Dad said that I was on the side of the road staring at the windshield with an angry look. He even went up to it and smacked it with my palm, calling it a bad windshield. To this day, I have an intense fear of not wearing my seatbelt. I don't take my seatbelt off in the car, well, at least when the engine isn't off. And Dad says I always pretty much like this, especially after that crash. He found it funny. And one more odd thing about me. The other odd thing was my table manners, which were like an adult's while not being taught table etiquette up to that age. Even the restaurant staff had found it funny, and kind of odd. My age during that time was 3 years old, a year or two before the car crash. The second time I think I died was when I got run over by a car when I was 7 years old. I was in my current hometown. Back then, it was just my paternal grandma's town. We were visiting in the summer and running some errands when I started having a fight with my mom about me not wanting to go to another shoe store. I think it was because I was tired of tying and untying my shoes. Mom crossed the road and refused in an act of rebellion. I refused. And that's when I bumped into somebody coming out of the bank that was on the same pavement as me. That someone was my dad. He asked what was going on, and Mom yelled across the street the whole story. People passing by looked at us weirdly when a man on a motorcycle in the process of climbing down told me I was being ungrateful, and that kids in Africa would love to have more shoes. Dad agreed with the stranger and told me to cross the street and stop being difficult. I'm old now, I'm not a child. I was assuming. Annoyed, I set out to cross the street, but I didn't look both ways. Next thing I know, I'm staring at the driver of a Jeep and my hands and feet are at odd angles and they hurt and so's my neck. The look of pure horror is the last thing I recall before my vision faded into black. The next thing I knew, I was standing by my mom's side telling me that we needed to go to another shoe store. I recognized the bank. I keep my mouth shut, but my whole body's tingling and I'm shivering. We meet up with Dad, who comes out of the bank and he grabs me and kind of hugs me. Says I'm cold, starts rubbing my shoulders to start warming me up. For the rest of the errands, I'm forced to stay by the sun to keep me warm. To this day, I'm 24 years old now. When I'm on the street, I stand across the bank and I feel shivers. I almost had a panic attack when I had to enter the said bank. That was just to get some things with my debit card. Both death memories snuck up on me while we were driving, and we were both talking about car crashes. I added to the conversation that I might have been in 4 car crashes, and then we changed the subject. But the realization stayed with me throughout the trip. Did I quantum jump universes through time? My theory is yes, and it's not the first time. Green-eyed woman in my dreams might have been a warning about real life. I have a personal theory about a green-eyed woman who's appeared in a few of my dreams over the years. Starting in 2014 and then again in 2017 and 2018. These dreams seem like past life memories. I find myself as different people and genders in various different historical periods. In these dreams, the green-eyed woman is always different, but always has piercing green eyes. Sometimes she's a family member, a friend, or an acquaintance. The first time I saw her in a dream, she told me it wasn't time yet when I asked her name. In subsequent dreams, she appeared closer to me, such as a friend or a hospice nurse. Interestingly, in 2017, I met a real-life person with green eyes who became my best friend. Despite being hesitant due to past betrayals and friendships, I invested emotionally in our friendship. Over time, I felt increasingly uncomfortable and distrustful of her. Even though our friendship grew stronger, some of her mannerisms just put me on edge. By mid-2019, her life took a downward turn due to an abusive relationship and an increasingly hostile environment, or at least she became more open about it. I tried to support her despite my own struggles. However, our friendship became one-sided, with her using me as a therapist while neglecting my needs and boundaries. I felt emotionally hurt and ghosted and manipulated by her, which reminded me of previous friendships. And me. She even started forbidding me from talking about topics such as my past, current political or global news, shortening the topics available to only things she liked, about things like Lord of the Rings and anime, which I don't follow or interest me. I've tried to be in order to be a good friend. Over time, my friend changed fundamentally, which made our relationship even more challenging. I believe these dreams featuring the green-eyed woman might have been warnings about this friend, suggesting a karmic connection in past life interactions. Ultimately, I feel that green-eyed woman in my dreams was a harbinger of the troubles that this friendship would bring. What do you think? Ask Reddit. I remember on this Thursday, I had just gotten home from school at around 3:15. I went straight to my room. So I was 11 then. The family I was raised in were very independent. We taught ourselves to look after each other and one another and don't open that door unless it's family. Anyways, I came home that day and I went straight to bed. Because, I was tired as fuck. I remember that was the same day my brother would be getting home from his rugby trip around 9. He was 16. My mom was 36 at that time. She was at work, won't be getting home until about 10 p.m. So, what my story is I woke up that Thursday evening with the house so farkin' dark that it was like a dark gray-blue color with a man standing at the edge of my bed. He was just standing there, staring at me, breathing so heavy as if he was one of those idiots trying to creep you out. Well, this was him. I swear it felt like hours, as if I was in tunnel vision while listening to him breathe so heavily. I tried not to acknowledge him standing there, but what gave me goosebumps even more was hearing a woman's voice whisper in my right ear as if I felt heat touching my skin. Look. Bruh. I turned my head like it was an instinct, like WTF, what the wrong with me? Tried to censor myself. I turned my head so fast, or rather turned my head so fast to see where that voice had came from. I instantly regretted that shit because the last thing I remember, I looked back at the man and it was like a sudden snap. He started charging toward me. Seeing his mouth open and this horrible screaming sound come out with his hands aiming for my neck. Bro, I was screaming so loud that my dog broke his chain and ripped the back door into shreds. He was growling and barking, trying to get me to see my bedroom door slam with this loud bang being heard. Oh my fucking God. I don't even know how long I was in this room for until feeling these cold hands wrapping around my mouth pinned on the bed. It's like as if I thought I was gonna die. Thank fuck for having my brother knocking down that door with our uncle and my dog being by their side. Believe it or not, our family come from a long line of great chiefs and leaders, and with the language my uncle spoke. You have an interesting language yourself, sir. I'm 21 years of age now, and I've not been possessed or have had a bad ghost ever since. Expletive. Ask Reddit. I have so many, but I feel like telling this one tonight. When I was 13 years old, I was at a church for a youth group sleepover. It was held at our youth group leader's house. We were going on a ski trip the next morning, but I wasn't feeling well after dinner, so I decided to go to sleep early upstairs while everybody else was watching Big Mama's house downstairs. I was in a sleeping bag on the floor in one of the empty upstairs bedrooms, but it was hard for me to fall asleep because my throat was really bothering me. You and me both. There was no one upstairs beside me and a baby sleeping in his own room. At one point, the baby started crying. The mom/youth group leader's wife came upstairs to check on him. He stopped crying and then she went back downstairs. I remember hearing all of that happen, and also hearing laughter and sounds from the movie downstairs as well. After the youth group leader's wife went back downstairs, I was still having trouble falling asleep. I was just looking around the dark, empty room. That's when all of a sudden I see movement from the corner of my right eye, like something was moving toward me very slowly. I look to my right. I see a headless figure in a dark-colored Victorian-style dress floating toward me. I remember this figure had no head. The dress had a white collar with some sort of brooch in the middle. It had long sleeves and it was puffy from the waist down. I can still see it in my mind almost 20 years later. I was completely frozen in fear as it slowly floated towards me. I finally got the courage to pull the sleeping bag cover over my head. I used to be really religious, so I just kept saying the Lord's Prayer over and over again. I was like suffocating inside the sleeping bag, but I couldn't get the courage to run downstairs. Eventually, I was so tired I fell asleep with the sleeping bag still over my head. I woke up the next morning, still scared from what happened. But I never told anybody at the church about this or asked the youth group leader about his house. I still can't look at dark-colored Victorian-style dresses, at least without remembering this traumatic experience. Ask Reddit. Worked at a 90-year-old bookstore. 2 months into working there, the longtime owners had decided to retire. But soon after, the assistant manager chose to keep the place open, despite the longtime owners having sold off 90% of the stock. The assistant manager hired family and friends and kept half the old staff, including me. A few months in, one of the friends she hired, who ran her computers after we closed at 9, said a man would appear in the basement stairs at 10 p.m. He would then walk to the back of the store, climb the stairs to the loft in the office, and disappear. The assistant manager took this story with a grain of salt, as she was religious and didn't believe in the paranormal. But then, family she hired started staying late. They started seeing the guy too. Eventually, the assistant manager stayed late and said she saw him. 6 months into this assistant manager running the place, a lady showed up with old pictures of the store from the 50s. She was saying that she'd worked there in the 60s. I asked her if she'd ever seen the ghost. I worked for him. She told us the ghost was the owner from the 60s. In his time, the store closed at 10 p.m. and he would go around looking last-minute customers before heading up to the office. Meanwhile, I always had the morning shift. I'd started coming in before sunrise because we had somebody stealing all of our newspapers off our front porch. I would go inside and wait in the near dark for the newspaper truck to drop them off. It was a few days after hearing the story about the old manager. I'd just brought in the papers and was hankering for donuts from a nearby shop. As I'm about to leave, I turn back toward the darkness and I say, "Going to the donut shop? Want anything?" That's my stomach, if you can hear it. I didn't hear a voice, but the words "bear claw" popped into my head. I ran for the door, getting the stomach. I ran to the door, getting the creepy feeling that if I stuck around for one more second, I really would hear a voice say, "Bear Claw. Bear Claw." Ask Reddit. This happened to me too, except with my great-grandma. Sorry this post is going to be long. It's one of my favorite experiences. Quick backstory. Great Grams passed away in 2009. I was 19 at the time. We were super close, spent lots of time together. There was always a running joke in my family that all the firstborn women had some weird connection between us. We always knew or had a weird feeling if something big was going to happen to the other firstborn woman. I always thought Great Gram was going to show me, like when she was around, like tiny reminders or signs that she was there, but she never did. Okay, fast forward to 2018, my Grams passed away, my Great Gram's oldest. I was beyond devastated. At the funeral, I had this overwhelming urge to start a family. My husband and I decided, let's try. One night during this time, I fell asleep and started dreaming. I was at my grandparents' house. The house had a big bay window in the kitchen right next to the table where we would play dice games, birdwatch, hang out, and whatever. Anyway, I opened the door and sitting in her normal seat at the head of the table is great-grandma just hanging out. She's waiting for me and wearing her favorite dress. I was shocked, but the weirdest part was really during that dream, I was very aware of her being dead in real life. So whatever I was seeing in front of me couldn't be possible. I was in shock and distinctly remember blurting out, "What are you doing here?" She just responded with, "Just wanted to see how you were." I don't remember any of the conversation, but I woke up and texted my mom and my husband. Randomly decided to take a pregnancy test at 11:45. Well, my son is almost 2.5 years old now, and that dream meant everything to me. Ask Reddit. When I was 3 years old, my parents heard me speaking in German. I'm Hungarian and didn't know any language beside that. Later, they translated what I'd said. Turned out I wanted to hear a bedside story or a fairy tale. 2. One time, when I was like 12, I got out of bed at night, still sleeping with closed eyes, but still was able to see everything. I remember that I had a purpose, wanted to go somewhere, and started to unlock the front door. My mother asked me what I was doing. I felt something left my body and opened my eyes. I didn't remember why I wanted to leave. When I was 15, I had quite a creepy year. First, at nights I thought my cat was walking on my desk because things were moving on it. I put the lights on, just shouting at her to get down immediately. She would just keep sleeping in my bed and wasn't even in the room. I also had a lamp that put itself on whenever it liked to. One time I was watching Evil Within 2, and that's when it happened. I guess I almost shit myself and had a cardiac arrest at the same time. Don't do that. 4. I was in a little village in the mountains, and I frequent that place a lot since I was 7. One day I was there with my then best friend. We were sleeping. I had a dream and I was on my grandfather's funeral. My mother was crying and kept opening the casket, and the whole room smelled like rotten fish. Flesh. Then I was in the room where in reality I was sleeping, and there were a lot of souls observing me, just watching with curiosity and a bit of judge. The same day there was a funeral 100 meters away from our house. Never before had I had a dream about funerals or spirits. Neither saw a funeral taking place in this tiny village. The last ones are very recent. My grandma died when I was 11, very unexpectedly. My grandfather followed her 3 years later. I always told them not to visit me because I couldn't handle it. A few months ago, I was home alone, sleeping in the morning. I was dreaming. I saw them rotting first, but then they turned like normal. I realized that I was in a dream, and I know that I can lucid dream. I realized that I couldn't control them, so I figured they must be real. They are visiting me. Started hugging them and crying until I woke up. I was still crying and went to the living room to do some yoga. Don't ask why. Guess I wanted to calm down a bit. After finishing it, I sat up from laying down, and there was a photo of my granny and me in a really unusual place. I immediately called my mom to ask if she put it there. She told me she put it in the drawer. I since have this photo in my room. Then, like 2 to 3 weeks later, I had another dream where I was grocery shopping with my mom and my grandma. But she was her younger self. I told my mother that she can't be her, and then somehow we figured she is her. And again, we hugged and cried. Ask Reddit. In 2012, my grandmother suffered a major stroke, resulting in a hospice in her home with her children. She was also with her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She had them all by her side. Friends and family were able to come by freely and spend some time with her. I was very close to my grandma and was lucky to be able to share much of this time with her. For anybody that's ever been through hospice with a loved one, you'll understand how hard this type of thing can be. One night I was sitting at home in my office catching up on some work. That's when all of a sudden the room filled with the scent of perfume. I'm not talking about a faint smell, I'm saying it was very distinctive and strong throughout the entire room. I stopped everything I was doing and said out loud, but to myself, "Something is wrong, that's Graham." I'd not spoken to my family that day, but felt an urgent need to send a text message to my uncle. I wanted to ask, "You guys okay?" This was at 11:20 p.m. and I got a response right away saying, "Might want to come say goodbye, not okay." I quickly rushed over. Upon arrival, the living room where my family was congregated was very silent, filled with blank faces. Without saying anything, I walked straight to my grandmother and kissed her on the forehead, saying I loved her. She was still warm, but no longer breathing. I told my uncle that I was there because Grandma had brought me there. I asked when she passed, and he replied saying 5 minutes before I sent the text. This puts the perfume in my office at nearly the exact same moment. Yes, Gecko. Now, I'm gonna say that I was born into an Irish Catholic family, but I'm in no way a religious person. I would have been the first person to discount this type of story if you told it to me. But I must say, this experience had me thinking that there really is something more out there. I felt it. Ask Reddit. I've had quite a few scary incidents happen to me, but these are the top 5 scariest. But I cut and paste from my previous comments on other threads. 1. I just got done working out in my basement, and I was too lazy to go upstairs and use my normal shower. I decided to use the one in the basement. As I was shampooing my hair, I heard a little girl singing outside of the bathroom door. Mind you, I was home alone, dropped my ring. I'm tired today, guys. I turned the water off and called out to see if anybody was down there, and it stopped. I put the water back on and was rinsing off when it started up again, but this time it just sounded like humming. I ran upstairs with shampoo still in my hair and never used that shower again. My brother and ex-boyfriend and I were home alone one day. My ex and brother were playing video games in the basement. They came back upstairs and were still all sitting on the couch talking when we heard a loud bang in the basement. My ex, of course, sent me to go check out what the noise was. When I went downstairs, all the lights were on and there was a box that had been resting securely on a table against the wall in the middle of the floor. The same ex and I were hanging out in the basement one day watching Stand By Me. That's when we heard running behind us. Thinking it was my dog, my ex called out her name, but she wasn't down there at all. So we were a little bit spooked, but kept on watching the movie. A few minutes later, I see him look up behind me with a terrified expression. Turned around and I see a flesh-colored blob dart into the laundry room. We left for the night, and we never went back into the basement again. 4. I was home alone one day while my dad was working, and the rest of my family was upstate. I kept hearing running up and down my basement steps and up to the stairs to my grandma's part of the house. It was so loud that my dog eventually started to bark, and I had to call my friend to come hang out with me. When my dad got home from work, we went up to the basement, came back right away, demanding to know why the picture of Jesus was upside down. I hadn't done it. When the rest of my family came back home, they all said that they didn't do it either. My grandma and mom are really religious, so they would never dream of doing something like that. 5. My cousins and I went away for the weekend 3 years ago and were staying at this little hotel by the water. I slept with one of the cousins in one bed, and my other cousin, her sister, slept in the other bed. In the middle of the night on our last night there, I heard a loud bang as if something had fallen, followed by a little girl laughing and footsteps. The cousin who I was sharing the bed with screamed bloody murder and shook me to see if I'd heard it too. Which I was pretending I hadn't, and my other cousin slept through the whole thing. The next morning she told us she had a weird dream that a little girl was running around the room pushing our stuff off the table. Hearing voices, but no one is there. So for the past week, some of us have been hearing a male voice randomly in our restaurant. I overheard my coworkers talking about it yesterday, but I thought they were making jokes on disappearing orders or utensils, like, "Oh, the Taco Bell ghost took it," kind of a thing. No, I don't work there, but I did used to. Today I was opening alone for the first hour. As I was prepping vegetables, I heard a voice in the back. I had ignored it, thinking it was part of my music or something, since I was listening to a new song. After several minutes, a song I knew by heart started playing, and that's when I heard the voice again in the same area. I thought one of my managers showed up early, so I went to check, but nobody was there. At that point, I thought I was tripping. I just went back to work. Fast forward a few hours, and I got done taking some orders and went to go start making it. As I'm gathering the ingredients, I hear a voice right behind me, so I assumed it was one of the customers. I turned to acknowledge them, only to find no one there once more. But my manager had also looked at the same time. I didn't have to say anything, and he asked 2 questions. "Did you hear that?" I said, "Yeah, it was a man's voice, huh?" I said yes again, and now we're starting to wonder if our place is actually haunted. I'm curious as to how, since it's been long enough to know the voice is definitely a new thing. The waving man in the back. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago I was at the park near my house because I had a favorite tree that I sit in often. It was broad daylight and quite sunny. I was with my best friend and we were drawing or reading or something. I was in the tree and my friend was on the ground sitting on a pillow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw somewhat of a shadowy figure waving at me. It was waving in such a way like it felt like they knew me or I knew them. I looked directly at them, asked my friend if they were seeing someone. My friend walked around the tree and I was still waving and looking at that figure. My friend walked around the tree, and it was a huge tree, but I think you need 3 people's worth of wingspan to be able to hug it. When she was almost next to the figure, we heard a bang right where my friend was sitting before. The bang sounded kind of like an axe hitting a tree with the back. Kind of like that, but different. My friend ran around the room and I looked behind me and went back down. There was nothing that could have caused that noise, and when I looked back at the figure, of course it was gone. The Waving Man in the Back. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago I was at the park near my house because I had a favorite tree that I sit in often. It was broad daylight and quite sunny. I was with my best friend and we were drawing or reading or something. I was in the tree and my friend was on the ground sitting on a pillow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw somewhat of a shadowy figure waving at me. It was waving in such a way like it felt like they knew me or I knew them. I looked directly at them, asked my friend if they were seeing someone. My friend walked around the tree and I was still waving and looking at that figure. My friend walked around the tree and it was a huge tree, but I think you need 3 people's worth of wingspan to be able to hug it. When she was almost next to the figure, we heard a bang right where my friend was sitting before. The bang sounded kind of like an axe hitting a tree with the back. Kind of like that, but different. My friend ran around the room and I looked behind me and went back down. There was nothing that could have caused that noise, and when I looked back at the figure, of course it was gone. Then 1 week ago I went there on my own. I was there for about 3 hours and nothing happened. But then, yesterday I went back to the tree with my friend and saw the same figure at the same spot again, waving at me. This time, no bang, and I was just waving at it for like 3 minutes, then my eyes just went black for about 10 seconds. And in that 10 seconds, the craziest part happened. While I couldn't see anything, my friend, again sitting at the base of the tree, felt a strong hand on their ankle. Pulled her like 4 meters over the ground. When I regained my vision, the waving man was gone and my friend almost was upside down and bawling her eyes out. My friend later recalled it being so cold that they almost couldn't breathe, and again felt a force on her ankle, but it didn't do anything this time. My friend's whole back is scratched and some of her hair is pulled out with some sticks on the ground. And remember, this was broad daylight. I'm pretty scared to go back with my friend because I don't want to get hurt again. I got smacked while laying in bed. I was trying to sleep in my dorm, but I just couldn't. Then I felt movement from under me so distinct I thought it was my pet snake. I put my flash on and saw that she was in her tank. I laid back down and closed my eyes. Still fully awake, but uneasy. Mind you, because I've been asked about this, I was completely sober. No weed, alcohol, no anything. Then my door that was completely shut opened on its own. I have 3 roommates, but one was at her boyfriend's and I heard the other 2 talking faintly and far away in the living room. After a few seconds, some kind of force smacked me in the left eye and I see a flash of white. I get up, arm in the air, and just ready to start swinging, and the door instantly closes. Doesn't slam, but definitely closes. I turn on the flash, nobody's in the room. I get up immediately and open the door, and I hear my roommates again from the back of the apartment in the living room. Maybe 15 steps away. I didn't hear running, walking, breathing, nothing. I asked them if somebody came into my room and smacked me. They both said no. I explained what happened, and they both said that they heard the door open and close, but neither went in my room. I believe they didn't touch me because, 1, I didn't see or hear anybody come in, and admittedly, my room was messy. And it was kind of in the dark, so I would have heard them step on a thing or 2 before getting to the bed. And 2, it's incredibly out of character for them. We're friends, but roommates nonetheless, and won't go into each other's rooms if the door's closed. And we especially don't hit or smack each other, nor was I or anyone in a fight in a bad place with each other. I'm freaked out, I won't lie. But does anybody have a rational explanation for this? Pre-life memory or very early childhood dream. I am male, mid-30s, and know this means close to nothing to anybody but myself. But I am non-religious and generally considering myself pretty skeptical of paranormal things. I believe a lot in science, but well, I sort of have to post this somewhere. I do it anonymously. because it's a secret that I have brought with me for more than 30 years. And maybe it's just a child's dream. I honestly don't know, but I guess I'm looking for information about whether others have experienced something similar. I've always carried with me a memory that dates back further than I can remember. For reference, I'd say I have a reasonably good memory from my earliest childhood. I have a few memories from age 2, 2.5, and many more around 3 or 4. I'm aware that the human memory is not an objective, static thing, and that memories change a bit over time. But some of the memories of trivial things I have from that time have later been objectively confirmed because they were videoed. On a format that we didn't have a player for, so I didn't see it until I was 16 or 17. So I know for a fact that some memories I have of my childhood will be true and reasonably precise. I've always had this memory of me in a situation. I was a kid, and I always thought it was something that happened before I was born. Later, I would have rationalized that it was just an early childhood dream. But I don't really, truly believe this. I am almost entirely certain that the experience predates any of the memories that I've mentioned above, which would put it into an age group vastly too young to have such a complex dream and form a memory around it. The experience I remember is being in a desolate, grayish, rocky area. Not unlike a desert, very arid. There's like an empty space in the middle, not developed, but with tiles. It's just rocky and sandy. But it's cleared. It feels like it's night or late evening because the sky is dark and there's no warm colors. Everything is gray, almost no colors reflected, but the area is well illuminated. Like that of a dark sand desert under a bright full moon. My clear feeling is that this area is not within the realm of the living. I am possibly hiding behind a rock, and then, for a reason I don't remember, I come forward. An entity, a person or whatever it is, I vaguely remember it as a hooded, skeletal-like person, but I feel like the visual impression might have changed in my memory over time. It sits in a stone's throne of sorts, and I am then asked what I would like to be named, and I answer, and the answer I give is the name I was given. After this, the memory ends, and I have a feeling of remembering darkness afterwards, but I'm not sure about that part. I guess I just want to hear if anybody's had anything similar, and if anybody knows if this has happened to anybody else. Or if I should just consider it a complex early childhood dream that I later convinced myself might be something more. I'd be very interested in all opinions or input. Anybody want to try to help me decipher what my grandmother meant by this? I spoke to her in a dream after she died. My maternal grandmother was the first person I ever knew to pass away. She died when I was a teenager. Not long after her death, I had a vivid dream about her. She was sitting at a table with some other people I didn't recognize, and I thought she looked quite grumpy, like she was in a bad mood or something. I must have known it was a dream because it suddenly occurred to me that I should ask her what the afterlife is like before I woke up. "Grandma," I said, "what's God like?" "God is a speck of gray in a sea of black." It's almost 15 years later, and I can still hear her say it perfectly the way she did in my dream. She said it in a dismissive, almost annoyed way. Imagine the tone somebody would use complaining about the slow service at a restaurant. "It'd be faster to cook it yourself at home." That kind of tone. Recently, I've heard stories of people talking to loved ones after they've died, and they've relayed to them that the afterlife is a good place, but it's not at all what they expected. This made me think of this dream again. My grandmother was a devoted Catholic, so I definitely think it would have been disappointing for her if she found out that the afterlife was anything other than heaven. But specifically, God is a speck of gray in a sea of black. It makes me think of a single star in the night sky.
present, but not the biggest part of what's going on. What do you think? I've been ruminating on this for over a decade, and I'd like to hear other people's opinions. Also, a side note, I'm not religious at all, so don't be afraid to be offending me with any possible interpretations about God. I'm open to hearing what anybody might think, theistic or not. Items going missing only to be found and open in plain sight. Last night we buried my cousin's love and father of her children on Friday. We woke up Saturday and she's looking for her Midol. Searching high and low, then her vape goes missing. I saw her with it and I'm like, it's in the bathroom. I think I saw it in there. We stripped the bed, shook the covers, folded them, and she ended up cleaning her entire house looking for it. It's like when a smoker loses their lighter and we tore the whole house up searching. The entire day passes and we gave up. I give her one of my vapes and we climb into bed. She goes to turn off the lamp. Boom! Big-ass Midol bottle is there in the nightstand. We laugh and she says, "Watch, the vape will be right in my face." She reaches to pick up the vape I'd just given her, and the missing vape was right next to it on the bed. There's no way we overlooked it. Sheets are black and no one's come into the room. It's been in that bed the entire day. I've been there too. She's in shock and says, "I asked T to show me a sign he was with me." I'm thinking in my head, man, this must put me in some shit. Couldn't ask for a sign after I left. I didn't know whether to be happy for her or scared. Cat had come into her the day that he passed and wouldn't leave. She kept it, and the cat then comes into the room and just stares at her for a while before cuddling next to her and falling asleep. If their significant other was there, why are you sleeping in the same bed as them? Just curious. Am I haunted? Need help knowing who to reach out to for help. So to begin with, in short, about 8 months ago, which is August of 2023, my husband and I got home and headed inside the house before him and we walked into the house and I heard a deep, gravelly voice say my name. I thought it was my husband, so I called out his name and I didn't see him. He came in and asked, "What?" I told him I thought I heard him call my name, but he was stern in how he never said my name. A month after that, we moved into a new home with a roommate. Within the first 2 months of living here, I heard a knock at the door at the bathroom where I was taking a shower. Nobody else was home, and then later I heard her cabinet closing when nobody was in the room. A couple of days later, our roommate heard creaking upstairs when my husband and I, were at work and they were just home alone. But then comes the scary part of showing itself. After our roommate told us what happened, got a bit creeped out, I wound up asking for it to show itself. Showing itself without my husband knowing. That night my husband claimed that he saw whatever it was, wearing my husband's clothing, and it was from me. Or rather, in the form of me. It was shaking and holding its head in pain, but the image of it was fuzzy, almost like static, and glitching out of the bed. He also has a vague memory where it wasn't taking the form of me as a body, it was a different body, but he saw it still have the face of me, but he heard me snoring next to him and realized whatever it was wasn't me, and his gut kind of just told him to look away and ignore it. Also know, after the first time my husband saw this, that he didn't know I asked for him to show it itself. So it wasn't a thing where I said, well, my husband suddenly imagined this. We had a premonition at the time. And it was some kind of mimic demon, according to forums we've looked up, and we were given advice to ignore it. After these experiences, we saved the place and used to cut open a lemon with salt or sugar to scare it off. Things were quiet for maybe a month or two. few months later, around December, January, our roommate kind of just heard crawling upstairs. We saged the place again. Then our roommate heard it. It said his name. After he told us about his experience, we talked and determined it was likely the same thing that said my name several months prior. It reached out with that deep, gravelly voice as soon as we were isolated. So we saged the fuck out of the place again. As time goes on, our roommates experienced the floor creaking when nobody else is home and the pattern of somebody walking across the floor slowly to one side of the house and then back to the other. I'm most strongly a follower of Jesus Christ, while my husband and roommate are followers, but not as strong as I am in terms of how much I trust. I'm not trying to ride a high horse in the whole holier-than-thou bullcrap. Another note that may be relevant is that my husband told me that after I started writing this, was that at one point, about a month before we ever had the first encounter of the name being said, so maybe May, maybe July 2023, we had an experience where we put on a cat/demon costume that was handmade by a friend who we knew doesn't do anything spiritual or crazy. The next day, he said he felt an extremely dark, powerful energy that caused him to feel just an overwhelming amount of dread. The night after writing this, we had been talking to our family about it. My husband had a nightmare where two dark figures had been chasing him. He woke me up from just kind of getting some water, and I remember him asking if I was okay, and his face being totally panicked. He didn't want to talk about it, and he told me this morning about what he experienced. So, who should we reach out to as a legit, valid source of help to rid of whatever this may be? As both my husband and a roommate think it may be tied to me, given how I was the point of first contact. We don't know who to reach out to, as this is completely out of the water of understanding. We don't have any paranormal experiences outside of this. Any help would be appreciated. Something strange happened, and I need help. I never thought I'd be on the other side of this forum, but I need you guys' help. Last night, something really strange happened, but before I get to that, I'll tell you guys about the balloon. There's this balloon in my room which follows me around. Thought it was just a funny little coincidence that it would land in the same place as me, till it started happening constantly. It would float down to my exact spot all the way from across the room. It would follow me outside of my room, windows closed, not even a draft. I even put it out and it appeared at my door. I have video evidence if anybody would like it. So last night I woke up around 12. I had trapped the balloon underneath my hat to stop it from floating around, but I found it directly in the center of my floor. I assumed that it was my chair since all my lights were off and it was quite dark out. I grabbed it and that's when I figured it was the balloon. I didn't think much of it, since it was raining outside and my window had actually been open. I went to lie down and I fell asleep for about 20 minutes. I woke up close to 1, just trying to go back to sleep because ya girl has classes in the morning. I closed my eyes. I didn't fall asleep when I closed them, which ended up being for only a second or two, and I could see pretty much everything. I could see my room and everything in it. I looked toward my ceiling and saw a man staring back at me. His limbs were backward as if he had crawled there and turned his head all the way around. He stared back at me with such a sinister smile. His eyes were red and he looked like he wanted something from me, like he wanted me. His arms and legs looked as though they had been dislocated. I immediately opened my eyes because I did not get down with that stuff. I ended up calling my boyfriend because I was scared and crying uncontrollably. He was no help. Pretty sure that he scared me even more. Still love him though. I also texted my mom. I live with her, I'm a teen. I told her that I needed to be cleansed. She came upstairs with her husband and prayed over me. The man that I saw had a brown complexion, red eyes, and a red t-shirt. I feel like he's after me, like he wants me. I'm scared and I feel like it's getting too close. It was right in front of me. Can anybody help me? If anybody's had similar experiences, please DM me privately. If anybody could be of any help, please DM me. I've always been more on the spiritual side, and it's nothing out of the ordinary for my body to predict something bad or for me to feel a presence. But he was right there. I saw him. Right in front of me. I could make out every detail. It was so vivid. I've told this to a couple of people since it happened. So they might recognize it, or that. And at this point, I don't care. I just need help. My cousin's house in Hubli, India was a haunted house. Hubli is a town in southern India. My cousin lived in a huge mansion when I was 14. Had all these exotic dark spiraling staircases. The wood floor was creaky, and as kids we even dreaded the thought of going to the second or third floor attic alone. We would run really fast up the stairs and come back at the same speed, like if you left your homework there while you were an adult. But the most frightening was the story of a maidservant who had died in that house, and her ghost was believed to visit at night from time to time. We'd only heard these stories, but never seen one. Apparently, it was a routine event like an encounter once a year sort of a thing. Strangely, I had a bed on the ground floor in a room on the other side of the house, far away from my cousin's family. The window of that room would always be open, and shadows of outside lights and swaying tree branches would always fill the room in strange patterns. Somehow with the lights off, when I would sleep, I would watch these moving shadows to confirm that these were just the leaves swaying, and feel reassured and soon fall asleep. In some ways, even disappointed that I hadn't seen anything else more frightful. However, one night after sleeping, I woke up and heard the clock ticking, and it was 1 a.m. approximately. As usual, the wind was blowing softly and the tree shadows were moving. I was about to close my eyes when in the corner of my right eye I felt or I heard some swishing around in the outside bushes. I opened my eyes wide and I was afraid to look out of the window. But I looked at the ceiling. I saw a strange shadow shape. It was sort of waving hands. I could even see the fingers and the hand moving in fist closing at times. I was certain this was not a tree. I was super scared and closed my eyes real tight, but I continued to hear sounds in the bushes. I thought to myself this could be a thief, typically men in that town. And then the crazy thing occurred. I heard a loud scream of a woman. My first instinct was to jump up out of bed and run to my cousin's bedroom. By this time he had woken up hearing the same scream, presumably. The family headed to the front door as we heard knocking and footsteps. We had still not ruled out a thief, but what was the female screaming sound? When we rushed out the door, we found no one there, and it was semi-dark, and there was a dim-lit porch light. We strained our eyes while my cousin just went back to get a flashlight. The rest of us saw something we will never forget. There was a lady-like figure hanging off the branch of a tree on the right side of the front yard, and she was wailing. The next moment, she literally flew off and landed on the tree next to my bedroom window, which often sways. The grown-ups ran to the first tree while my legs were frozen on the porch. The cousin came back with a light, and by this time, the lady had vanished. We found nothing and no trace and no footsteps. But he said this was the ghost of the maid. I never slept in that bedroom again. Ghost keeps attacking me and my friends. I was a person who never believed in ghosts, nevertheless afraid of anything, really, until one night. I lived with 4 other people. It used to be 5 until one night this 5th person would seem to be choking. I woke up and he said someone was choking him. The 4th person was in a panic and said that he saw somebody about 5'6" shitting on his chest. I think they meant sitting, and They were choking person number 5. I honestly thought they were exaggerating. I didn't believe it. Oh boy. I just smacked myself with a shame stick. Person number 2 also had nightmares and would scream in his sleep. We all would wake up and said something was chasing him, something demonic. Person number 1 also had nightmares, but not as much as the rest. We live in a 2-story house and we all could hear somebody walking up the stairs. One day, person number 4 was screaming in his sleep, so I decided to wake him up. He woke up and we legit heard a baby crying on the first floor. Just made myself think it was a dog. One day I was sleeping with my leg on the side of the bed and I opened my eyes and I saw the form of a shadow getting close to me. I felt someone grab my leg. I couldn't scream nor move. I thought to myself, what the fuck is this? And since then, we told this lady about it. Afterwards, she came and read the Bible and some other spiritual stuff. This was last week, April 3rd, and hasn't happened really at all since, and I wasn't much of a believer until it happened to me. Person number 5 ended up moving because it seemed like it didn't like him at all. He got choked many times, and if he ever succeeded, how do you explain that to the police? We're all from Ecuador, and it seems like it doesn't really like any of us. My mom has visited me and my dad after she passed. I lost my mom a couple of days after Christmas. She was only 66, and it was sudden. A couple of weeks later, I was at my boyfriend's place. We were just sitting on the couch talking, and he made some joke, and we heard somebody laughing, and it wasn't him or me. We both just stared at each other in disbelief. The second time it happened, I was in his office, and he came flying in, telling me to come to the kitchen, that it smelled amazing, like somebody was baking. I go in, and indeed, it smelled so good, like blueberry muffins. This man hadn't used his muffin in months, by the way. So again, we just stared at each other. The third time, we were in the living room, and we heard knocking, like somebody knocking at the door, but nobody was there. It only ever happened when I'm at his place. She never met him, so I'd like to think she approves. Now my dad, he got really drunk one night a few weeks ago. He got up in the morning to get some Advil and said, "God, why did I do this?" Turns around and the light above my mom's urn went on by itself. I hope so much that she's at peace and not stuck in between because of us. I'd like to think she comes and goes when she knows we need her. Father-in-law ashes sent to us from Oklahoma. About 15 years ago, my wife and I were talking about family histories. She said that she didn't know where her father was. Her mother and father had divorced, and the last time she saw him, he was in jail for something. This was a couple of years before we had met. After he got out, he went missing, and nobody knew what had happened to him or where he went. He was the type of person that nobody was happy to see, so no one kept up with his whereabouts, basically. No news is good news as far as they were concerned. It was December and it was his birthday the day I looked up his name in the DOB on the internet. I found a post from Root's website in Oklahoma saying that he had died on May 28th earlier that year. The post was made by one of the admin. That's one of the people at the nursing home that he died at. It stated that she had his ashes if they had family looking for him. I contacted the lady, explained who I was, and that my wife has a birth certificate and a few other things to prove she was his daughter. We arranged to have his ashes sent to us. Turned out he left Maryland for Oklahoma to find his brother. Turns out his brother had died. His father had diabetes really bad and ended up in a nursing home. The ashes arrived sometime that January. We put them in the dining room up on a shelf until we got around to go back to where we all were from, and a few months passed. I asked my son to get something out of the basement for me. He was about 10 at the time, and he refused. He said there's something in that basement that's not nice. I'm thinking, what the fuck? But I went down myself because he was truly afraid. Sometime in March or April, we went over to a friend's house who's hosting readings from the lady who runs the ghost tours in Martinsburg. This was the first time we'd ever done anything like this. I thought it would be fun. The lady told us some very specific things that there's no way anybody but my wife and I would know. She said that there was something in a room with no windows that she could get rid of for us if we wanted her to. She said it would help our renters. We never discussed having another house with renters. She described our old living room to a T. Later, we were downstairs with her and her friend who were hosting her for about an hour after everybody else had left. The lady stopped mid-conversation and looked at my wife and said, "Your grandmother wants that son of a bitch out of your house." Her grandmother hated my wife's father. We didn't even discuss the ashes being at her house or anybody else outside of her kids and my wife's mother. We didn't say anything about it to anybody outside that room. About 2 weeks later, my son was talking to my wife in the kitchen. He's able to see things, but never discusses them with me. He told her that people are always trying to talk to him, but he's afraid to talk to them. He told my wife, "When I come home from school the other day, I came in and went to my room and I realized that I saw someone sitting in my dad's recliner downstairs." He went back downstairs and it was my wife's grandmother in the chair. She told my son, "I want that son of a bitch out of the house now." The last time he saw his great-grandmother was when he was 4. He also asked my wife if the house felt heavy to her. He said there's something in the back corner of the basement that's mean. This happened to be directly under where the ashes were sitting. The next day we called and made arrangements with the funeral home in Midland to have his ashes buried with his family area, the graveyard. 2 days later, we took the day off from work while the kids were in school and took his ashes up. We didn't say anything to the kids about our trip. We just said that we were going to see my wife's mother. About a week later, my son talked to my wife and said, "Does the house feel lighter to you?" He also said whatever's in the basement's gone. I'm not as in tune with the other side as my wife, but just because I'm able to pick up on those things doesn't mean that other people can't. Like being an AM radio and not being able to pick up on FM signals. I apologize for my sore throat and new microphone that I haven't sorted out. But nonetheless, see ya.